Testing. Testing. Testing, testing, testing. All right. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. Forgive our debtors, as we forgive our debts. Forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive our trespassors. Forgive our trespassers, as we forgive our trespasses. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. Amen. Thank you, God, for all you do. Thank you, God, for your unconditional love, support, and kindness. Thank you, God, for being our friend. Thank you, God, for returning our daughter back to us immediately. Thank you, God, for, okay, let's see what we got here. Oh, right. Shit. Soul Sync. Soul Sync.
Namaste. It gives me great joy to lead you through Soul Sync for Peace. From today, you are beginning your contribution to world peace by doing Soul Sync and by nurturing peace consciousness within yourself. This will be your strength. This will be your contribution to end inner violence and to contribute to world peace. It will be your magic potion to heal your heart of all its wounds and a wellspring of blessing and grace to manifest synchronicities that would pave way for a peaceful and a beautiful life. Soul Sync has freed scores of individuals of their inner judgments and inner prejudice against each other. It has opened their hearts to great connection and compassion. Are you all ready to do the Soul Sync with me? Please be seated with your eyes closed, your spine erect, and your body still. We will move into the first stage of the Soul Sync. Take 8 conscious breaths. Use your thumb and your fingers to keep count. Move to the second stage. Inhale slowly. Exhale, make a humming sound. Do it for 8 more counts. 8 conscious breaths, bring awareness to the natural pause that occurs between every inhalation and exhalation. For the next 8 cycles of breath, chant Aham on your exhalation. Do this for 8 conscious breaths. Allow the tips of your index finger and the thumbs touch each other. Rest your hands upon your thighs. See and feel everything around you. All forms, see it dissolve into light. Feel yourself expand into limitless consciousness. this beautiful state, hold a heartfelt intention for peace. Peace within you and peace in the world around you. Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. May you become peaceful within. May your loved ones become peaceful. May the world around you become peaceful. Whenever you feel ready, you may slowly open your eyes.
Oh. All right, so I have this equipment. Today is the next day of the building process. That's really cool. I got the 4K webcam here, the main camera here, and this is it. I really probably should get those lights. That'd probably make a difference. All right. We gotta finish this. We have a new cycle, a new 4-week cycle coming up. And today really has to be about getting everything set up and organized here. Yeah, that's the only way I see that this will be possible. All the stuff that you see here from yesterday's studio setup, this is pretty much it. And there's a lot of unboxing yesterday, a lot of open packages, and now that doesn't. Nope. All right, well, here we are. Here is where we are. All right, I need to ask ChatGPT for an anger EFT script. Please generate an EFT tapping script for anger and releasing anger using the following EFT tapping points: : new line, top of head, new line, third eye, new line, inner eye, third, outer eye, under eye, upper lip, new line, lower lip, new line, collarbone, new line, ribs, new line, Okay, so to be very open and transparent here, I grew up with, Okay. All right, so let's just say what it is. I have grown up with a mother who had that's is that really going to do anything for me right now? No. I grew up with a mother who had anger issues, and I think this was imprinted onto me, and yeah, for a large part of my life now, I've got anger issues. I've got a lot of anger issues. And I don't want to be angry. I want to dissolve these stressful states of anger. And I choose to be in a peaceful and beautiful state. All right, let's go to work here. I mean, yeah, that's honestly the truth. You could just literally, So, all right. Is there a mantra here? Yeah, this is gonna be it for me every day, I think, until I'm no longer an angry person. In the name of God and my mighty I am presence that I am, my great divine spirit team, subconscious mind, and the great white brotherhood of the highest vibrational frequency and consciousness. In your name I command, declare, and decree that I am at peace. Even though I feel this anger in my body right now, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Even though this anger has been building up, I choose to be present with it. Even though part of me is furious, overwhelmed, or fed up, I honor how I feel and allow myself to release this now. This anger that's been sitting in me, all this frustration and pressure, I've been holding this in. So much irritation and tension. My nervous system feels overloaded. This anger wants to be seen and heard and felt. I don't need to suppress it anymore. I acknowledge this anger without judgment. I acknowledge this anger without judgment. This stored anger in my body. I'm allowed to feel angry. This anger had a reason. I release the need to stay stuck in it. I let this anger move through me. I choose to let go now. Letting this anger drain out. I don't need to carry this. I'm safe to release it. My body can soften. my body can soften, releasing tension from my system, breathing out the anger, letting go layer by layer. My chest feels lighter. My chest feels lighter. My body knows how to regulate. I choose calm over reaction. I release what no longer serves me. I allow peace to return. My energy is resetting. I am grounding again. So, I grew up, as I was saying a few minutes ago, with a biological mother who had anger issues. She had terrible anger issues. There's a lot of releasing right now. There was so much anger. There was so much anger. There was so much anger. There was just so much anger. She was so incredibly angry. And she got so angry to the point where it was just very scary. It was very scary. Because it felt like she was a ticking time bomb. It really felt like she was a ticking time bomb many times. I remember a time when she broke a chair. This was around the time where she lost her job. I think the weather was much warmer, so it was probably, right, it was the summer before. Oh, interesting. It was the summer before we were evicted. It was the summer we were evicted, right? So if we were evicted in September, I really think that it was maybe a couple of months, like weeks prior. Oh, that could have been the case. That could have been the case. So what I'm thinking in my head is the following here. What I'm thinking in my head here is the following. And that is, one, Yolanda Sarah. She stopped paying rent or whatever. She said it was a co-op apartment. I don't know what that means exactly. I still don't know what that means to this day. Do you own the place or do you not? I don't know. So as far as I'm concerned, it was basically like rent/service fees. Okay, so she did not pay rent/service fees to the building for a few years. And she was under the impression that she owned the place. She never had the paperwork to prove that. So she loses her job. She gets, as she always says, or as she always said from what I remember, placed on an involuntary leave of absence. So she wants to say or acknowledge that she never got fired from her job. Okay, fine. If that's the story you choose to continue to say, That's fine. Either way, around that time, I was 12 years old. She lost her job. I would have to go and get food for her every day because she treated me like I was a personal assistant. She ordered me around and bossed me around to do a lot of things that I did not want to do. Okay, fine. Yeah, I would not want that for Regis. But then afterwards, what happened? What happened was that summer, I was 12 years old. She was in her own suffering. She took a chair and she just started screaming and breaking the chair. She kept screaming and breaking the chair, saying, "I'm tired of this. I'm tired of this." And breaking it. And it was incredibly scary to be around that. It was very, very scary to be around that. It was very scary to be around that. Maybe I do need to go to an anger management course, actually. You know what? I'm actually going to do that. I'm actually going to go to an anger management course. Huh. Please research where I can go to anger management courses online and if there are any free that I can do for an anger management course. ... Yeah, I'll be honest with myself. I do have anger issues. And I don't know why it took me so long to do that. It took me undeniably long to do that. I could have just done that years ago. Okay. Yeah, I got like this anger. And man, she could have totally used anger management. She could have totally used anger management because she had some real anger issues. She had some real anger issues. Thank you, God, for this tea. Bless this tea from our greatest and highest good. Thank you. Anyway, as the memory goes from my recollection, again, maybe I could just be delusional. From my recollection, what happened? What happened was Yolanda Sarah started breaking this chair, forced me to go outside and throw it out. That same like a few minutes later. And I said, no, like, I don't want to. And then she screamed at me, you know? And I think shortly after that, that's when like Child Protective Services came, or maybe before, I can't remember. Around that time though, that's when Child Protective Services came. You know, because I think the people in the building thought like, hey, this person has got to be abusing this kid. Which wasn't necessarily the case. She wasn't physically abusing, but I think that her thinking it's healthy to express your emotions, I think she took that to another level and she tried to make me her therapist. And that was really destructive. That was a very destructive thing. It was very, very, very destructive. It was very destructive. And and it was one of those situations where it was very fearful. It was very frightening. Frightening. It was a frightening experience for me. Because I'm 12 years old and I can't, it's not like, where am I going to go? You know, I don't sell drugs. I can't get a job at 12 years old. She wouldn't let me either which way. And I think in New York City, in New York State, you have to be 14 or something. And even then, who's going to hire a 14-year-old minimum wage? You know, like, how am I going to pay New York City rent and stuff like this? So it was very, very tough. It was very tough to live with someone that had all this anger and all this rage built up inside of them because of whatever happened to them in their life. It was very frightening. It was very, very frightening. And weeks later, in September, we would be evicted. I remember going back to the apartment. It was around 8th grade. It was just before 9/11, the Twin Towers were hit and fell. It was like literally days before that happened. School year had just started, 8th grade. Maybe it could have been like September 7th, 8th or something like this. I don't know when, we were evicted. But the reason why I'm bringing that part up is because I think to myself, oh, there is a woman, I think, who was like managing certain things in the building. And I think when she saw me, or she heard, all these things like going on, like the chairs breaking, the screaming and everything. And mind you, when I went outside to take out that broken chair, because she had forced me to do that, Yolanda Sarah had forced me to take out that broken chair. There was a whole bunch of people from the building outside hanging out, and they were looking at me. They were giving me this like what did you do thing, or and it was like, hey, I didn't do fucking anything. This I mean, unless my being born, unless my presence was that disturbing to you, unless my physically being alive and presence was so disturbing to you that's what you would do, then I don't know. Because I was just laying in my room. I was just laying on my bed, watching TV or something like this. Because I couldn't go anywhere. It's not like I can go to Central Park. It's not like she wanted to fucking go with me anywhere. So I'm there in front of a fucking TV screen. Thanks. This is a much better monitor. It's really nice, actually. I hope TradingView I can get. Oh, that's why I did it, right? Fuck. Can I get a whole bunch of data? Can I get the 2-hour chart? Shit, that is the thing. Oh, but then again, maybe I don't even need it anymore. 2-hour. Oh, come on. How many days of data do we have here? How many days of data do we have here, baby? think you need minimum 60. Oh, really? No way. No, that cannot be. Really? No way. Really? Am I really honest? No. Let's see Coinbase. Really? Oh, yeah, you see? Oh, but uh I mean, that's I can still see. Oh, come on now. That's still pretty good. 57 days of data. No, okay. That's good. That works. Works for me. That works for me. It was a very frustrating time. And getting back to the story, I know I was looking at TradingView, which I shouldn't be doing. I was looking at the charts. But as I'm going through this process of taking out the trash, to take out the broken chairs, I think what wound up happening was, yeah, that's why they probably did call the marshals. So when we were evicted, I think that's what happened. I think that the person that was running the building or whatever, or managing all that stuff, she was like, well, this person has to go. Like they may be abusing this kid or violent or whatever, calling child protective services. And this is bad. This is really, really, and that's the thing in New York City, like, over here, I think in Austria, if someone did call child protective services, which is the equivalent of Jugendamt, I likely, if this happened here, I likely would have been taken away, I likely would have been taken away. And that's pretty traumatizing, That's very traumatizing. But this anger, I saw these anger outbursts from her. And I noticed for myself too, responding with anger. And I noticed that, hey, this anger is not going to help. Being angry is not going to help. It's not going to get me my daughter back. over this past weekend, I was at a ACOM Global Peace Summit seminar. It was online. It was 3 days, 3 hours each. And it was hosted by Sri Pritaji and Sri Krishnaji. And their message basically is about peace, about raising your vibration and consciousness, because your consciousness is ultimately the thing where that's causing a lot of your suffering and causing suffering for a lot of other people. And this is something that I was saying back in 2018, 2017 with my previous YouTube channel. It's important to raise your vibration and consciousness. But now they actually put a much better understanding on it, which I can agree with. And I do agree with it. And it's important to dissolve the suffering states. Suffering states being anger, fear, hatred, hurt, anxiety, worry, concern, etc. And fear and anger, those are some very destructive states. They're very stressful states. They're very sticky, stressful states, in my opinion. Why? Because those feel, for me at least, like the hardest to shake. And this weekend, this weekend, they gave a Diksha and a Samskara Shukti meditation or energy transmission to dissolve fear of failure. The Samskara Shukti was for dissolving the fear of failure, and the Diksha was for calm courage. And I was feeling very tense from Saturday's visitation. I was feeling very tense and contracted and tight in my chest. I still feel tension in my chest, and I have this, it's like a headache feeling. And what I'm feeling about that is this uneasiness. But when I went to the meditation, when I went to the ACOM Global Peace Summit, and they were talking about these things. I've been attending ACOM events since August 2024. Or September 2024. And during this transmission, as I just focused on their mantra, I am not the limited mind, I am the limitless consciousness. I dropped down into my heart. And I could breathe. I could really relax. I could really, really relax. And Hema, my partner, she's so into living this kind of lifestyle of being very peaceful and calm and relating to one another from a very peaceful state. And I choose to be in a very peaceful state now. I don't choose anger because I'm aware that whatever I am projecting, that is picking up or getting picked up into the field of consciousness, the Higgs field, the quantum field, whatever you want to call it. And I choose to be at peace. I choose a lot of peace for myself. I choose to be at great peace with my life. Yes, these things happened. No doubt. No doubt my daughter is not here. My daughter is not here. And I miss her. And it feels like the only way to win this is to be like the golden eagle. Sri Krishna Ji opened up the seminar with a story. And he said, there was once upon a time a golden eagle, and she had laid an egg. Something happened to the egg, it was lost, and then a chicken or a hen found it. So the hen gives birth to it sits on the egg, keeps it warm, and then it incubates, and then it pops out. The baby eagle starts to believe that it's a chicken, it's a hen. It cannot fly. One day, the baby eagle sees this golden eagle flying and says, I want to do that too. Chicken says, no, you're not that. You're not that. Golden eagle comes, finds the baby eagle and says, hey, come fly with me. The baby eagle says, no, I can't. Golden eagle says, what do you mean? You're an eagle. In doubt, the baby eagle says, but I can't do that. I'm not you. I'm not an eagle. And then the golden eagle says, look, I'm going to prove it to you. Here. And then flies away. And then something happens, and then the baby eagle is doing it. Flaps its wings, and then flies off. I don't want people to be projecting their limitations and their projections onto my daughter, onto my kids. I want them to be free of all those projections and all those labels and all those lies. And that's why I got very upset and angry. Because you're putting these labels. You're putting these labels when kids already have it in them. They already have it inside of them. And that got me angry. Maybe because I was talking about myself. Maybe because I had these projections and these labels placed on me. And that doesn't feel good. It feels very stifling. It feels very stifling. Very limiting. Very aggravating. To live this life. Where people are trying to tell you who to be. What to think. How to behave. And that's what gets me angry. And to be in a system where people just blindly comply and not... To be in a system where people just blindly comply. And that's fine if you want to limit yourself. Don't limit my children. Don't tell them lies. Don't make up shit from your fucking head. And over here in Austria, it's very rigid. It's incredibly rigid here. It's very stiff. It's very stiff and it's very cold. And I cannot be here anymore. Which is why I choose to leave. No, my family deserves sun. They deserve warm weather. We deserve to be feeling good. Having a good time. Being in a peaceful state. Being in a very peaceful state. But this anger, this anger cannot continue on with me. And I have to let this go. I have to let go of this anger once and for all. And free myself of this anger. Free myself of this discord. Free myself of this trap. These trapped emotions. So much anger. When I think about what happened, I already expressed my anger in that moment. I already expressed my anger to the staff. This is not appropriate. It's not appropriate. You didn't even ask. Let alone even follow protocol. Because if you truly were following protocol, then you would have done this from the very first session. But you didn't. Never did. Out of all the times that we've shown up, it was only in the last two where you referenced this. And it was only in the last one where you called the crisis caretaker. And that disrupts the bond. The little time we have with our daughter. That's very disturbing. Even though I feel this anger, I choose peace now. Even though I feel this anger, I choose peace now. Anger. 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 There's this moment when the anger comes on where it feels like, hard to put it into words, but it feels like this wave of heat, and it's like this switch comes on. It feels like this switch comes on. This switch automatically just turns on and I get angry. And it's not like I can control it sometimes. And it just comes on. And that's how it feels like. It feels like this switch comes on. My heart starts to race fast. 0 to 60. I go from 0 to 60 basically in like 3 seconds flat. And I feel that anger. But I can't stay there forever. Violet flame, violet flame, violet flame. Dissolve, consume, annihilate, obliterate, and transmute anger from my heart, my nervous system, and my subconscious mind now. Produce and maintain everlasting peace in, through, and around me. Violet flame, violet flame, violet flame. Dissolve, consume, annihilate, obliterate, transmute, and transform the emotion of anger from my heart, my nervous system, and subconscious mind now. Produce and maintain and sustain your everlasting peace in, through, and around me now. Violet flame, violet flame, violet flame. Dissolve, consume, annihilate, obliterate, transmute anger, the emotion of anger, and the root cause of anger from my heart, my nervous system, and my subconscious mind now. Produce your everlasting peace in, through, and around me. Violet flame, violet flame, violet flame. Dissolve, consume, annihilate, obliterate, transmute anger, the feeling of anger from my heart, my nervous system, my subconscious mind, and my auric field. Produce everlasting peace in, through, and around me now. Violet flame, violet flame, violet flame. Dissolve, consume, annihilate, obliterate, transmute the emotion of anger from my heart, body, mind, feeling world, spirit, nervous system, subconscious mind, the field around me. Produce everlasting peace. Produce and maintain and sustain everlasting peace in, through, and around me. Violet flame, violet flame, violet flame. Dissolve, consume, annihilate, obliterate, transmute anger from my heart, nervous system, subconscious mind, body, mind, feeling world, spirit, auric field, field around me. Produce your everlasting peace in, through, and around me now. Violet flame, violet flame, violet flame. Dissolve, consume, annihilate, obliterate, and transmute anger and the root cause of anger from my heart, my nervous system, my subconscious mind, my body, mind, feeling, world, and spirit. Produce your everlasting peace. Produce your everlasting peace in, through, and around me now. I feel that anger when I think about that still, and I don't want to feel that anger anymore. No, I'm not rejecting it. I just don't. I get it. Anger gets you to take action. It gets you to stand up for certain things. But there has to be a better way. And that's what Sri Krishnaji was saying. He was talking about the golden eagle. Part 2 of that story was that the golden eagle, when the golden eagle goes to a certain altitude, higher or lower, well, here's what happens. There are crows. The crow starts to pick on the eagle. I don't know how true that is or not, but the crow picks on the eagle. The eagle went further down, right? Normally it flies really high up. This time it's flying low. So the crows are picking on the eagle. So what does the eagle do? The eagle flies up. The crows chase after the eagles. But then what happens? The eagle goes to such a high altitude that the crow is unable to survive at that altitude. So it just simply falls off. The crow just simply falls away. And the metaphor for that, the reason for that metaphor was to basically say that when you go to a higher level, when you go to such a high level, eventually all the suffering, all the discord, it simply falls away. You can move through this world invisible, without being harmed from anything or anyone in the outer world. And I believe that. I strongly believe that. I choose to believe that. I really do. I choose to believe that. And I choose to believe that it's only a matter of time for me before I go to such a high level in consciousness where I'm just left alone from negative forces and influences in the outer world. And I'm able to move through my life with great grace, peace, and ease. And that's what I choose for myself. That is exactly what I choose for myself. That is very much what I choose at this stage of my life. Yeah. That's what I choose. I choose to become the golden eagle that can fly really high and be left alone from the crows. Can I do that? Yeah, I think I can. But it will take compassion for myself, and it will take a lot of love and patience. It will take a lot of patience for me to be very at peace with what is. Choosing clarity. My mind is settling. I see more clearly now. I respond instead of react. My nervous system is calming. I feel more in control. I am back in my body. I choose balance. I feel steady and safe. I honor myself. I trust my ability to regulate. I release the past moment. I choose presence. I'm calm, centered, and clear. Master Ganesha, remover of obstacles, I ask you to please support me in releasing anger and trapped emotions from within me. Release the blockages, the emotional trapped emotions and blockages and memories that have kept me stuck in the past, so that I can be free to walk a path of peace. Thank you. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. 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 Om Gam Ganapatiye 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 Namaho Namaha. All right, this is a Shanti mantra for direct peace orientation. All right, please assist and support me with anchoring in peace. Om Sarvasham Svastir Bhavatu. Sarvesham Shanir Bhavatu. Sarvesham Purnam Bhavatu. Sarvesham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Sarvesham Svastir Bhavatu. Alright. Om Sarvasham Svatir Bhavatu. Sarvesham Shantir Bhavatu. Sarvesham Purnam Bhavatu. Sarvesham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Sarvesham Svastir Bhavatu. Sarvesham Shanir Bhavatu. Sarvesham Purnam Bhavatu. Sarvesham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Sarvesham Svastir Bhavatu. Sarvesham Shantir Bhavatu. Sarvesham Purnam Bhavatu. Sarvesham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Sarvesham Svastir Bhavatu. Sarvesham Shantir Bhavatu. Sarvesham Purnam Bhavatu. Sarvesham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Sarvesham Svastir Bhavatu. Sarvesham Shantir Bhavatu. Sarvesham Purnam Bhavatu. Sarvesham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Sarvesham Svastir Bhavatu. Sarvesham Shantir Bhavatu. Sarvesham Purnam Bhavatu. Sarvesham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Sarvesham Svastir Bhavatu. Sarvesham Shantir Bhavatu. Sarvesham Purnam Bhavatu. Sarvesham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Sarvesham Svastir Bhavatu. Sarvesham Shantir Bhavatu. Sarvesham Purnam Bhavatu. Sarvesham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Sarvesham Svastir Bhavatu. Sarvesham Shanir Bhavatu. Sarvesham Purnam Bhavatu. Sarvesham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Sarvesham Svastir Bhavatu. Sarvesham Shanir Bhavatu. Sarvesham Purnam Bhavatu. Sarvesham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Sarvesham Svastir Bhavatu. Sarvesham Shanir Bhavatu. Sarvesham Purnam Bhavatu. Sarvesham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Sarvesham Svastir Bhavatu. Sarvesham Shanir Bhavatu. Sarvesham Purnam Bhavatu. Sarvesham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Om Sarvesham Svastir Bhavatu. Sarvesham Shanir Bhavatu. Shantir Bhavatu. Sarvesham Purnam Bhavatu, Sarvesham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Sarvesham Swastir Bhavatu, Sarvesham Shantir Bhavatu, Sarvesham Purnam Bhavatu, Sarvesham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Sarvesham Swastir Bhavatu, Sarvesham Shantir Bhavatu, Sarvesham Purnam Bhavatu, Sarvesham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Sarvesham Swastir Bhavatu, Sarvesham Shantir Bhavatu, Sarvesham Purnam Bhavatu, Sarvesham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Sarvesham Swastir Bhavatu, Sarvesham Shantir Bhavatu, Sarvesham Purnam Bhavatu, Sarvesham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Sarvesham Swastir Bhavatu, Sarvesham Shantir Bhavatu, Sarvesham Purnam Bhavatu, Sarvesham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Sarvesham Swastir Bhavatu, Sarvesham Shantir Bhavatu, Sarvesham Purnam Bhavatu, Sarvesham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Thank you. Let's put that in the Notion mantra database. Oh, thank God, it loads so much faster. Okay, great. Yeah. All right. You know what time it is right now? You know what time it is right now? It's time to put on some lotion right now. That's what time it is right now. You know what that means? That means workout. It's workout time. Workout time. Oh. And this is the weather outside right now. On the top of a mountain, can't see anything. Can't see anything. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. All right, so this is a very important live stream, which actually should be called New Cycle. Right. Let's actually rename that, because this has to be renamed. I don't know about this camera. I really do not know about this camera. Now it works? Seriously? But why does it look? That doesn't look good. For a €200 camera? And then I can't even connect the fucking thing? What are you talking about? What are we saying here? Like, for some reason, this Elgato 4K camera, I don't know. I do not know. And I'm kind of wondering now, is it even worth it with the prompter thing? Is it even worth it with this prompter thing? I kind of think so, because you get the screen up top. Or whatever. Oh. Let's see about this cable. Oh, shit. Okay, so we got the monitor. That key light does make a big difference. What if I'm like here with it? No. Still doesn't look quite right. Well, that's always going to be right. That's always going to be a static camera. Oh, right. I can show both views, right? Right, I can show both views. Right, right. Okay, hold on. Oh, yes. Yes, I can. Wow, I can show both views. Oh, right. And this has to go up. Oh, you see, that's the benefit of now having two cameras. Now I can show both at the same. Yes. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I understand. I see, I see. Okay, that's cool. That's very cool. So now I have this one, then I have this one, now I have this one. Oh, interesting. Could even switch it up here. Yeah, let's do that. And then we just slide that to the back. Okay, cool. So now we have this one, this one. Oh, that's the same thing. That is literally the same thing. It's just an overlay. That's really all that is. Well, okay, then I would rather do this instead. Where we got this one as the base. No, no, no. I want this to be the base. Where the prompter sits. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Really? Can I not copy this? Yeah. Copy. Paste that in there. And then take this one, copy, paste. Great. And then we just shrink this in. It's not really sufficient like that. Okay. Okay, so, hmm. Okay. This is the main, this is the wide. Okay. Okay. All right, so getting back to what I was saying. Getting back to what I was saying is today's an important day because today we must focus on this new deep work cycle. So we have a very important deep work cycle ahead of us. And in this cycle, the objective is going to be to, number one, get the studio set up. That should happen. That needs to happen today. No excuses. That needs to all happen today. Clean all these boxes and everything like this. Put away the boxes, whatever. All that needs to happen today. Afterwards, oh man, I almost got all our stuff here. Afterwards, what needs to happen is we need to refactor the deep work operating system, which is not in the technical term, in the most technical way, a system according to like how, computer engineer, like software developers and etc. would create a system. No, what I'm talking about is more of like an operating system for how I run things, for how I do things. So that's what needs to get worked on. I have a certain cadence for how I do deep work. And that's going to be a very, very important, it's going to be super important moving forward. What is going on here? Let's put that up here. The reason why I would do it like this instead of having planned 4-week cycle, which normally is what it should be, is number one, psychologically, this is a mess for me. And there's a lot going on here in this room. It's not like a clean office right now. I got a fucking office here. We got, as you can see, we got a bedroom, sleeping, well, not really a bedroom anymore at this point. It's more just like this is a place where I sleep to recharge, and then that's it. So there's that little workout area right here, right? It's all in one place, unfortunately, for now. And either way, Either which way. Everything's all in one place. Fine. What I need to do is get this stuff organized, organize this clutter, organize this chaos, basically. And then I need to plan out. Right? So normally I would have the 4-week cycle planned out first, but what if I am not able to finish certain things right now? It would be a distraction when I have a certain plan to execute and I'm not able to execute it because my equipment isn't ready. So I need to make sure that my equipment is now ready, and now I have an idea of what direction I want to go in. Either which way, the deep work is going to be important, and having a system for how I do deep work and getting back into that rhythm is very important. As I mentioned before, I have this, there you go. Oh, that's even better, actually. This actually works out. I have this working procedure, which hopefully you can see. It's just my guide to keep me on track, like a checklist to keep me on track. I think this is pretty nice. Okay, that's doable. That is doable. Interesting. So that's what we got to work on right now. I don't know why the Elgato hub isn't doing what it's supposed to do. Interesting. I'm not sure why the Elgato hub isn't doing what it's supposed to do in terms of showing the camera settings, even though it's connected. Clearly it's connected, so I don't know if that's like a software issue with the Mac. I really hope not. Either way, this is what we have to do today. Okay, so let's get into it. Oh, and now I can screen share. Yes, that's right. That is correct. Now I can screen share. Great. That would have been really nice if it could. That would have been very nice if it could, man. Is what it is. Okay. Where are we here? Oh, right. There we go. Okay. Now I can show this. Oh, that's wonderful. That is so, so wonderful. Okay. So to explain this, now I can explain this. How wonderfully done. Yes, I will update this and payment information as soon as I get a chance. So every single morning, the flow has to be this. I go into Notion because that's where all my stuff is, right? Notion acts as a second brain, right? It's my system for how I am living my life. I got this idea from in late 2024 when I was researching like how to get really productive and achieve my goals. And then I went down this little rabbit hole, found something about Life OS, a life operating system. And then from there, I just started, building my own version in a way that works for me. And basically now I have a navigation menu here and I can see, and I just do it more from a top-down perspective, so that way I keep myself on track. And I look at, and I have to see every single day, hey, what's my true north? What's my compass? Where am I going with my life? This is my life map, right? So I took the analogy of a life operating system and I also applied it with like if I was a traveler, basically, I applied that traveler metaphor with an operating system. And basically the way that I see it is like, I try not to have goals anymore because every time that I've set a goal, it never worked out. It rarely, if ever, worked out. And what I found to be better for me is to use this metaphor, this analogy that I'm on a journey through life and I'm trying to reach my true north destination. Okay, as you can see right here. And if you're a backpacker, you usually have what's called a compass, right? So you've got this guy right here. All right, so this is supposed to be me holding my life compass. This is my life compass right here. So I'm holding my life compass, and my life compass is my navigation. Okay, it's how I'm moving through life, and this is my map. Okay, this is my life map, and this is my life compass. And the purpose is to use these tools to know where I want to go and where I want to end up, so that by the time I die, I know what my destination is going to look like. Okay? So, having said that, it's a priority to look at this. And I have this makeshift vision board basically where I can see certain things for myself and certain destinations that I want to go to. This is a more refined life compass. This is a more, polished life compass. And I'm going to probably very likely refactor all of this. And as I scroll down and I see, okay, this is where I want to go with my life. This is what I want to do. This is my direction of travel. I use these metaphors. Instead of saying goals, I say like, what's my direction that I'm going in? And this is the direction that I need to go in. I don't know if I'm going to ever achieve the goal, but I'm going to do my best to go in that direction, going to true north. And usually there's always going to be blockers. What I've learned throughout my life is that when you set a goal, if it's just in the here and now, it's short term and you don't know why you're absolutely doing it. Like if you're saying, oh, I just want to save $10,000, it's not more solid and rooted, at least that's been the case for me. So if I think long term about this, and if I think about my life and my death and etc., how do I want to live my life? So I work backwards from there. And the analogy that I use then is I've got my compass, I've got my map, I know where I'm going, okay, and then I'm traveling through this forest. Imagine like you're traveling through this really dense forest and you can't see much. But then you're on the right path because you can see your North Star, you can see your true north, you know where you're going, right? Let me just show you my compass here. Really? Okay. So let's say you're traveling through the forest and you see your life compass. This is your life compass, right? So this is my life compass. And these are the components that make up my life compass. And as I'm going through my journey through life, I'm using my compass, I'm using my map, I'm following, I'm seeing, okay, this is my true north, okay, this is where I'm going, etc. Then I come across this gap. So imagine like there's this gap between the two spaces. This is where I am, this is where I need to be in order to continue on making it to true north. So that's when I have to build things. That's when I have to build what I call a bridge. A bridge, another name for system. So I need to create a system, aka bridge, to help me go from here to here. And the way that I do that is I build bricks that build a bridge that helps me get across. And that's what the deep work is for. The deep work is to ship the bricks. The deep work is to do the work, make the bridge, make the system that's going to help me get to that destination. Why? Because just like James Clear had said, where is James Clear? Clear, right here. Just like James Clear had said, you do not rise to the level of your goals, you fall to the level of your systems. So having a goal then in that case, according to Clear, is not necessarily then going to be the right move. It's better to have systems that can scale, that can eventually even replace me. That's how I understand it. And especially with like automation software now, I mean, really picking up, and AI really picking up now, I think that there are some systems, some bridges that I have that they're always going to be like a manual thing. But then there's other things like a trading operating system and a personal brand operating system, which is what I need to get back to working on, right? But for right now, I'm here. But for things like, let's say, an artificial intelligence operating system, or let's say a trading operating system, something like this, this operating system is something that is intended to evolve and is intended to be executed without me. So if my goal is to be financially sovereign and invest into a whole bunch of companies and et cetera, and people's purpose, which is what I would really, really like to be doing, but I'm not there yet. I'm not vibrationally there, and I'm not financially there. Unfortunately, I'm now still in the operator mode. So this deep work cycle is really important because it's about getting back to the deep work. It's about getting back to building and finishing this trading operating system. And it's about getting back to finishing what I started. And especially now that I have kids, I could not possibly say to them, hey, pursue your dreams and finish this thing and etc. And then I didn't do it, right? I'd be a hypocrite. And I'm not a fucking child expert. I'm not that. But no buts. And what I can say is, in my head, what I think is that kids are going to do as you do. They're not going to do as you say. They're going to do as you do. So your habits, when you have kids, they got to be polished. And I understand this for myself. And I understand that it's a great responsibility to be a father. And it's a big responsibility to show them, so they can decide for themselves, hey, do I want to live this life like this crazy guy waking up at 4 o'clock in the morning every day? Or do I want to fucking, do some other bullshit? I don't know. But that's for them. And I'm going to do my part to just love them and to show them, to let them just see. Let them just see what I do. And hopefully that I leave a better impression on them, and especially after this weekend with Sri Pritaji and Krishnaji's ACOM event. I think it is incredibly important to be in the most peaceful and beautiful state possible. So this is where I am now. And my work now at this stage is to ensure that my kids learn the best that I can teach them, and they are around eagles that want to fly really high. and that are designed, they're born to fly high. I'm not going to have my kids around fucking chickens and hens putting fucking limitations on them and all this bullshit. Not a chance. Not a fucking chance. What is this here? Oh. Namaste. So that's what we're up to today. So without further ado, let's get into it. And I'm going to actually, I got to do this. Let me finish this up. So as I go through this, that's a fucking tangent, Gabriel. Focus. Focus, guy. Open up your thing. Go to life map, navigate to the bridge, daily stand up. I need to tighten up the workflow here. Got to tighten up the workflow. Okay, so leaving on from the last one. Ugh, that makes me cringe. That makes me cringe when I see this. Not that this is what I built and this is what I worked on and these are previous versions and now it's time for the next upgrade. It's now time for the version 2 of this thing. But where I cringe is like not maintaining this better. And this is it. This is where I am, This is where I am, and I'm just showing myself. I'm showing my work. I'm being honest. Yes. And again, this has to be, I'm going to get to the point where it is super instant. And we got ChatGPT doing all this stuff here. Let's go to the time tracker. And as you can see here, I've got these codes, these short codes, and this is for deep work. This is the deep work operating system time tracker database. So basically the idea here is to track my time and how I manage my time and how I operate through my day. And as you can see here, I've already got it. The automation's already set up so that whenever the new day hits, I've got the deep work schedule and then I've got the sleep schedule. So there's a difference between the two. Okay, let's see here. Now it's really just a matter of getting back into the swing of this. And I was keeping up with this before very well, actually. I had, like if I go all the way back to, let's say, from June, just as an example, like this is when I was really starting to really get it going. And just as at the time where I was getting all this momentum, that's when it just fell off, So I had all my track time. I knew that my energy was really high from my diet, my sleep routine, everything was really dialed in at this time. And then when my daughter came from Italy and was transferred from Italy, NICU, to here in Austria, that's when the issue started happening, because the hospital really started giving us issues here, and then eventually would call Child Protective Services and convince them to take our kid away. So, yeah, here I am though. All right, let's finish this. I may actually just delete the muscle testing part, because it is a lot of work, and I already kind of know at this stage now what does and does not drain my energy. and I already know and have an idea for my day and where I'm going. So I know that some people, they track their time very diligently, and that's fucking great for them. I'm not gonna drive myself crazy right now doing that. I know that for here, pre-deep work, I give myself that hour to get my thoughts together, get everything going, and then get into the zone, because it takes like, 20 something minutes on average, or whatever the number is, to get focused. Okay? So giving myself that time to get focused and to get back into the rhythm here. All right. Now that that's done and good, yeah, this is very handy, because I know I don't have to look through the actual system. But that was the thing. Like, I had everything. I had everything on here, on the Notion. I had everything on here, even the working procedure. Right. So I've got the procedures. I got a working procedures database, and I had, my whole routine up on here, but it wasn't like this before. It was like scattered somewhere in the resources. I got I was using the Power Framework from Tiago Forte, which was fine at first, but for how I'm trying to build things and with the automations that I'm trying to build, my goal is to connect ChatGPT, Notion, and Make together, so that way ChatGPT can send the signal to Notion, or however that works. I'm still in the process of figuring that one out. But yeah, that's the idea, is to have this all integrated. This entire system has to be all integrated. And that's been my work, basically, for right now. Okay, let's see here. So having it printed out on paper, knowing that this is a single source of truth, this is where my procedures are, this is where my daily rhythm, and my deep working procedures will go. This is always where it's going to go. Always here. Always going to be here. For whatever I have to operate, whatever I have to do myself manually, it's always going to be here. There's no negotiation about this at this stage. And that's where my downfall happened in August. And then as the situation happened with our daughter taken away, and I had these PTSD-like symptoms, as the days and weeks went on, and I couldn't focus on the work, whatever, eventually it's like I forgot, how does this work again? How do I do this again? And then you just forget, and that's why you got to give it enough time to be up in there. And even if a pilot, I was reading the book, The Checklist Manifesto, the pilot Sully, pilots they always have to do that checklist, go through a checklist. Okay, is this on? Is this on? Is this on? And they basically audit each other. So that's what I need to do. And that's what I'm going to do for myself moving forward, is have a checklist, my own checklist manifesto DB. Actually, let's put that in the system now. So I go to my inbox. Inbox is raw capture. And I just say here, create a checklist manifesto DB, review other checklists DBs first to have what can be the SSOT. Done. All right, cool. And now let's go here. Right, let's stay here for right now. That's different. That's so different. Maybe get a better shot or angle. Nope, same thing. It's a dreary, cloudy day. Foggy, foggy, foggy up here on the mountain. Good enough. Thank you, God. Thank you, Mother Earth. Thank you, Universe. Thank you, Mighty I Am Presence. Thank you, Great Divine Spirit Team. Thank you, Subconscious Mind, for the blessed, holy, and sacred juice. This protein shake, blessed protein shake for my greatest highest good, and so it is, and so it is, and so it is. Thank you. So you can't see it because the box that's on the desk, the treadmill standing desk, is blocking it. But with that prompter, I think that's going to be good because now I can make videos very quickly with that prompter. Just feed a script. Oh, but then you can't see me. Oh, well, you can. Oh, that's why you got the key light here. Hello. All right, thank you, God. Thank you, Mother Earth. Thank you, Universe. Thank you, Mighty I Am Presence. Thank you, Great Divine Spirit Team. Thank you, Subconscious Mind. Thank you for this blessed, holy, and sacred Hape medicine. Call upon the Hape Spirit, the spirit of the tobacco, the master plant, for guidance, support, love, wisdom. Thank you, God, for sharing your messages with me. Thank you, Hape, for filling me with strength and courage, calm courage, and calm bravery. And thank you for providing what is for my greatest and highest good at this time. And so it is, and so it is, and so it is. Thank you. You know, when I think about it, it actually would be good to have, it would be nice, if possible, to have a arm that can slide or whatever, but, and then maybe put the neon Elgato lights on there. I'm wondering, maybe I can also then return this key light, but that's a good key light though. Oof, too much. All right, thank you, God. Thank you, Mother Earth. Thank you, Universe. Thank you, Mighty I Am Presence. Thank you, Divine Spirit Team, for this blessed, soul, and sacred happy medicine. Thank you for expanding my vessel and healing my heart of all its wounds, and especially healing me of anger. Thank you for clearing my mind and all doubts in my head. Thank you for anchoring me in the highest vibrational frequency and consciousness, connecting me to the universal intelligence. And so it is, and so it is, and so it is. Thank you. I know it's a lot. Thank you, Happy. Okay. Let's see here. Hmm. Oh, okay. Okay, my deep work for today. My deep work for today is to set up the studio. Period. I still have to unpack the microphones, stands, and set up the roadcaster. Roadcaster Pro 2. Period. And then fuck. That's my deep work for today. Fuck. Oh damn, too many. Finish the studio setup. Order missing equipment. Order missing equipment, and then plan out the 4-week deep work cycle. So I need a plan to break down everything into portions where I unpack and I set up one thing at a time, or however is optimal. Period. Give me an optimized plan to organize and structure how to set up my whole thing for today, so that way I finish everything by 12 p.m., which is 4 hours from now. I don't think a lot of people know how to use ChatGPT. And you can do a lot with ChatGPT. There's a lot of other AI software, chatbots or whatever, and they all have their own specific use cases. But basically, I'm also gonna just show like how I use it. I'm sure I'm not pro level in terms of like power user, but I think I'm okay. And I know how to write scripts and everything with ChatGPT, and I'm debugged everything, so that's pretty good. And I'll show that process here. Okay, and this is what I got to do.
By 12 p.m. No perfection, just momentum and closure. TLDR, you will 1. Unpack, stage, assemble, power, test. 2. Capture missing gear immediately. 3. Lock a clean 4-week deep work cycle. 4. Stop at 12 p.m. with a working studio and clear next steps. Number 4-hour optimized deep work plan. 8E12, 010, 10 men. State plus intent, non-negotiable. Goal, prevent chaos and scope creep. Stand up, breathe, shake out tension. Say out loud, today I build function, not perfection. Write one sentence on paper. By 12 p.m., the studio is functional and the plan is clear. Do not touch equipment yet. Hash shore before unpack and stage, no setup yet. Rule, unpack only. Do not assemble. Create 4 physical zones on the floor or table. 1, audio gear, mics, stands, cables. 2, Rodecaster Pro 2. 3, power connectivity, power bricks, USB, XLR. 4, unknown knife, missing, questionable. If something needs a decision, put it in zone 4. Stop at 40 men even if not perfect. 40, 30, 50 men. Assemble 1 chain end-to-end priority order. Do not multitask. Step 1, micless stand. Assemble 1 mic stand fully. Mount 1 microphone. Route 1 XLR cable cleanly. Temporary routing is fine. Ignore the second mic for now. Step 2, Rodecaster Pro 2, 25 men. Place it where it will live. Plug in, power, that single XLR mic, headphones, power on, confirm signal, hear your voice. Checkpoint, you can speak and hear yourself clearly. Nash 130/40, break, reset. Step away, water, no screens. 140 to 220 men, expand to full audio setup. Now replicate calmly. Assemble remaining mic stand. Plug remaining XLR. Basic gain staging, don't overtune. Confirm, all mics register, headphone monitoring works. No obvious noise issues. Checkpoint. Podcast ready audio, even if not studio pretty. 220-250. Missing equipment audit, critical. Open a simple note and list only what blocks you. Categories: missing cables, adapters, desk mounts, boom arms, acoustic needs, cameras, lighting gaps. Don't buy yet unless essential. For each item, write what, why, buy now, later, order only buy now items immediately. Number 250 to 30, 40 men, 4-week deep work cycle, high level only. Do not over design. Week 1, studio stabilization, final cable management, lighting basics, camera framing. Week 2, recording reps, test podcasts, test shorts narration, audio presets. Week 3, content flow, OBS scenes, stream deck mappings, recording publishing loop. Week 4, polish lock, fix friction, final gear tweaks, locks OPs. Write this as bullet points. Done. None. 330 to 350, 20 men. Quick end-to-end test. Record 2 minutes of voice. Play it back. Don't judge quality. Only function. If it works, you win. Ash 350 to 4, 10 men. Shut down ritual. Tidy only what affects tomorrow. Write, what's done, next brick. Stop at 12 p.m. no matter what. Truth bomb important. Most people fail studio setups because they chase perfection, set up everything at once, don't lock a working chain early. You're doing the opposite. That's why this works. If you want, next we can create a studio setup SALP, optimize Rodecaster Pro 2 presets, design a one-button stream deck flow. You're on track. Build the brick.
Okay, we're gonna do this now, and I'll be right back. I gotta use the toilet. Okay, let's get to work here. Unpack only, do not assemble. Audio gear, mic sense cables, Rodecaster Pro 2, power and connectivity, power bricks, USB, XLR. Unknown, missing equipment, questionable. If something needs a decision, put it in zone 4. Create 4 physical zones on the floor. Audio gear. Okay, create 4 physical zones on the floor. Give yourself 30 minutes. Set a timer for 30 minutes.
30 minutes counting down.
Okay. Audio gear. Power connectivity. Okay. So this is here. Okay, let's take, right, this is the return, right, the zones. Zone 1 is audio. Zone 2 is the Rodecaster Pro 2. Mics, stands, cables. That's zone 1. Zone 2, right? Power and connectivity. Okay. Right. Okay. This is it. And then unknown, missing, questionable. Okay, so this is going to be to return. Okay, we got this can stay here. And that's can stay there for right now. Okay, we got that. We got that. This is plastic. Plastic trash. This is peripheral stuff. Okay. Right. Okay. So this will be my zone 4. This will be my zone 5. These are the other peripheral things, which I can very likely return this. And this is the prompter. So all the boxes, right? All the boxes that I've unpacked will have to go here for now. Okay. Let's actually put this away for now. I always make sure to keep boxes just in case I change my mind or I need to sell something or whatever. Quick cash. $50 for the prompter. Okay. Next. Let's put these boxes over here. I'm actually very likely to keep the mic stand, the tripod. So, you know what? That's just going to go there. So we have plastic, cardboard, which we're going to break down at some point. I'm going to keep this guy here. So this will always be a designated spot. This is the USB-A stuff. Okay. These we can give away. This is plastic. Good. Let's actually just keep that there for right now. Okay. So, next. Assemble one chain end. I already did this in less than 30 minutes, okay? So that's fine. Unpack only. Unpack only. Unpack only. So let's unpack all of these things. Where are we here? Okay. Okay. Put it in zone 4. Let's start one thing at a time here. Okay. Oh man, this is heavy. Oh, it's a pretty big wind muff. Or- Okay. Oh shit. That's one set here. Oh. Okay. I do my best to treat my equipment with a lot of respect and love and kindness because I believe it has a consciousness too. And it's important to appreciate these things. I remember being homeless and not having any of this, so this is a very special thing to be doing this and to have the opportunity to do this and be supported by God and the universe to do this. So I very much acknowledge that this is this can all get taken away in a moment. I acknowledge that very, very much. Oh, okay. Oh, that's a direct plug-in. Shit. Oh boy. Okay. That'll stay there. Good thing we have enough space here in this studio. Oh boy. Yeah, no turning back now. I already went through all the effort to do all this. Do I have to break it? Oh, okay, I guess because it's spring-loaded. Okay. All right. Oh, this is really tight. Okay. Oh. Well. I don't know. Okay. quick start guide. Okay. Let's just put this down here. Oh. Oh. Damn it. Could have done that even easier. Okay. Let's do that. It really would have been nice to have had someone set this up professionally that knows how to do this. Save me time and energy. And then you gotta pay people. And right now, this is where all my cash is. All the cash that I had is. Okay. Testing. All right, next. Power, cables, all that connectivity stuff. Yeah. Right, trash. Okay. All right, next. Power cable, power bricks, unknown, missing, questionable. Put it in zone 4. Assemble one chain end to end. Assemble one chain end to end. Priority order, do not multitask. Okay, did I do all that so far? Okay, that's where the short SM7B is. I don't know what this is for, or this. I don't know. 3, okay. 2, 3. Okay. I mean, at first it feels complex, but then as you go through it, it gets easier, right? It's just breaking down the things into bit by bit. That's all we have to do. Is just break it down bit by bit. Piece by piece, break it down. Okay, so that's taken care of. Okay. Okay, there's that. And then there's this. Okay, so there's that. Yeah. Okay. What's next? Audio gear. Damn, that actually did take 30 minutes. Whoa, 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 whoa. That'll be better. Judging their character. Okay, that's step one. All right, everything is unpacked. That's step one. And that took like 35, 40 minutes. Shit. Okay. Next. From 40 minutes to 1:30, 50 minutes. So I'm going to give myself 50 minutes. So now I got to give myself 50 minutes to do what? Mic stand, mic plus stand. Assemble one mic stand fully. Mount one microphone. Route one XLR cable cleanly. Temporary routing is fine. Ignore the second mic for now. Step 2, place it where it will live. Plug in the power, that single XLR mic, headphones, power on, confirm signal, you hear your voice. You can speak and hear yourself cleanly. All right. All right. Let's take a few minutes to just breathe. Okay, yeah, I'm going to do the serene mind. Let's do a serene mind here. Serene mind comes from Sri Pritaji and Sri Krishnaji. Serene mind comes from Sri Pritaji and Sri Krishnaji from ACOM. So, oh man. Check, check.
Whenever you are distracted and disturbed, do the serene mind. Whenever you are preoccupied with the past or the future, do the serene mind. Whenever you want to return to calm, do the serene mind. It is 3 minutes to a serene state of mind. Please sit still with your spine erect. Gently close your eyes. Let us practice conscious breathing for 3 cycles of breath. Let your exhalation be longer than your inhalation. Recognize the exact emotion that is arising within you now. Is it irritation, anxiety, or confusion? Or is it joy, gratitude, or love? Observe the direction of the movement of your thinking. Is it entangled in the past or the future? Or is it in the present? Now move your attention to your eyebrow center. Visualize or feel a tiny flame move from your eyebrow center into the middle of your brain. Hold your attention on this flame in the middle of your brain for a few moments. Whenever you are ready, you may smile and slowly open your eyes. Namaste.
That was surprisingly really fast. Okay, that's good. Now, let's go back to the time tracker. In Notion, and let's open up the time tracker. And for the pre-deep work, Okay, January 15th was the last daily debrief. Okay, so this all has to get organized. Um, okay, from 8 to 9, what do we do? From 8 to 9, okay, so next step is to assemble one chain end to end, one mic chain end to end from this hour with the Rogue Podcaster. All right, so I have to now set this up and let's see ChatGPT. Mic stand end to end. Let me use the toilet again, and we're gonna set up the mic plus the stand. Assemble one mic stand fully, mount one microphone, route one XLR cable cleanly. Temporary routing is fine. Ignore the second mic for now. All right, I gotta use the toilet. Be right back. Okay, assemble mic chain end to end. I'm going to set a timer for 25 minutes. Set a timer for 25 minutes.
50 minutes counting down.
Set a timer for 25 minutes.
25 minutes counting down.
All right, mount the microphone. All right. Oh, I miss my daughter. I miss you, Soraya. I hope you know I love you so much. We love you so, so much. What is that for? I do not know. I think this is a grommet, right? Probably. Now the question is, where would I put this? Do I put this here? Let's see the main angle. There's like, it's so dark. Yeah, that's not helpful on my eyes. All right. Is that, no. Because this thing is in the way. That don't look good either. Okay, test, test, test. Okay, that could work. Shit. Now the question is, fuck, do I return this or not? Fuck. Oh, fuck. What do I do? This is like really big. Oh, okay, wait. Maybe. Damn it. Damn, that is really. Damn it. Fuck. Oh, shit. Okay, so I just ordered this RODE PSA 1 Plus boom arm, and it's really, really big, and it just, I don't know how I feel about it, to be honest. And I'm kind of considering if I should just get a desk stand, but then that means I'm going to have to return the thing, and that's a pain in the ass right now. So I'm asking you, what's the difference between using a boom arm and a desk stand, and why did I originally get this boom arm? Like, what's the real advantage of having a boom arm? See screenshot to know what I'm talking about. So here's something a lot of people also don't know about ChatGPT is you can take screenshots of your work stuff and then you can just have it audit and then you can ask about these things. Shit. Saying I'm already behind. I'm already behind because, now I gotta navigate and troubleshoot this stuff. Yeah. Okay. All right.
Totally fair reaction. What you're feeling is normal the first time someone mounts a broadcast-grade boom arm in a small space. Let's strip this down cleanly and tell it like it is. I'll answer 3 things. 1. Why boom arms exist, the real advantage. 2. Desk stand versus boom arm, actual trade-offs. 3. What I'd recommend for you right now, given your setup and goals. 1. Why boom arms exist, the real reason you bought it. You didn't buy the PSA 1 Plus because it looks cool. You bought it because boom arms solve 3 real problems desk stands can't. A. Microphone placement equals sound quality. The single biggest factor in vocal quality is distance plus angle. Boom arm lets you put the mic 2 to 4 inches from your mouth, keep it off axis, less plosives, less harshness, maintain consistent distance even when you move. Desk stand forces you to lean forward, distance changes constantly, worse noise floor, more gain, more room noise. Result, boom arm equals cleaner, fuller, more radio sound with less processing. Big desk isolation. This matters more than people think. Desk stands couple the mic to your desk. That means keyboard taps, mouse clicks, desk bumps, armrests, low frequency rumble. Boom arm mechanically isolates the mic, especially important with dynamic mics like the SM7B. This is a huge reason podcasters and broadcasters avoid desk stands. C. Cognitive plus posture advantage. Subtle but real. Boom arm. Mic floats into position when you need it, moves away when you don't, keeps your visual and physical space clear. Desk stand. Mic is always there. You hunch, you adjust constantly. It subconsciously feels more cramped. Over long sessions, this matters. Number 2 arm versus desk stand. Blunt comparison. Boom arm, Rode PSA 1 Plus Pros. Best audio quality potential, clean desk, professional posture, flexible for video plus podcast narration, scales with you long term. Cons, visually big, especially in small attic spaces, takes 1 to 2 days to mentally disappear. Overkill if you only do short casual recordings. Desk stand pros, minimal, compact, faster setup, less visual dominance, fine for casual Zoom calls or quick notes. Cons, worse audio, physics, not opinion, picks up desk noise, encourages bad posture. You'll outgrow it if content becomes serious. Looking at your screenshot plus context important. Based on what I see, small attic / slope ceiling, PSA 1 Plus mounted high and extended. Mic arm visually cuts across the frame. You're seated deep at the desk. So your discomfort is not about boom arms. It's about placement and framing, not the tool itself. Key insight. The PSA 1 Plus is designed to be low profile and lateral, not overhead and stretched. Right now it's too high, too extended, too visually dominant. That's fixable without returning it. What I'd recommend practical, low drama. Option A, keep the boom arm. My honest recommendation. Before returning anything, try this one adjustment. Lower the arm so it comes from the side, not above. Keep the joints more folded, less extension. Mic enters frame only near your mouth. When not recording, swing it completely out of frame. Give yourself 48 hours with correct positioning. Most people who hate boom arms at first end up saying, open quote, oh, now I get it, close quote. Option B, desk stand. Only if this is true. A desk stand makes sense only if you're prioritizing aesthetics over audio, sessions are short, 30 min, This is mostly casual or temporary. If you're serious about podcasting, shorts narration, long form speaking, professional presence, you'll likely regret downgrading in 2 to 4 weeks. Straight truth, you didn't make a bad call. You just haven't dialed the arm yet. The PSA 1 Plus is a long-term asset. Desk stands are often a short-term compromise. If you want, next I can redraw the ideal PSA 1 Plus positioning for your.
Okay, so now the next question is, can I have the SHURE SM7B dynamic microphone off axis, I think is what it calls. So that basically like the microphone is at an angle and I can still speak into it, even if it's supposed to be in front. It picks up what's in front of the microphone. I don't know if that question makes sense. I have no idea about audio. Period, new line. So, yeah, can that work? Okay. So on axis, your mouth is pointed directly in front of the mic.
Yes, your question does make sense, and you're actually asking the right question for good audio. Short answer first, then I'll explain it in plain English. TLDR, yes, the Shure SM7B is meant to be used slightly off axis. You do not need to speak straight head on into it like a stage mic. In fact, angling it is often better. What off axis actually means, no audio jargon. On axis, your mouth is pointed directly at the front of the mic. Off axis, the mic is angled slightly and you speak past it, not into it. Think mouth just past the mic angled 20 to 45 degrees towards your mouth. How the SM7B is designed to work. This is important. The SM7B is a side address dynamic broadcast mic, not a top address mic. That means the front face, logo side, is the pickup area. Sound still enters even when angled. It has a wide, forgiving pickup zone. Shure literally designed this mic for radio hosts, podcasters, people who move while talking. Why off-axis is actually better with SM7B. 1. Reduces plosives, P-B blasts. Speaking straight in equals air hits the diaphragm. Angles, air passes by, cleaner sound. 2. Smoother tone. Off-axis slightly. Tames harsh highs. Keeps warmth. Sounds more natural. 3. Don't have to freeze in place, you can. Move your head, breathe naturally, speak conversationally. This mic forgives that. The ideal SM7B position, do this. Use this as a mental picture. Distance 2 to 4 inches from your mouth. Angle 20 to 30 degrees off axis. Height slightly below mouth level. Angled up. You're speaking across the mic, not into it. If the mic is here, your mouth is here. Your voice passes by the mic, not straight into it. Common beginner mistake. Avoid this. Mic straight in front, dead center, mouth aimed directly at it. This causes plosives, boominess, radio DJ shouting sound. You don't want that unless you're yelling. One quick test you can do now, 2 minutes. 1. Record 10 seconds speaking directly into the mic. 2. Record 10 seconds speaking slightly past it, angled. 3. Play both back. You will hear the difference immediately. Bottom line, no sugarcoating. You're not doing it wrong. You're thinking like someone who wants clean, professional audio. Yes, angle the SM7B. That's how pros actually use it. If you want, next I can help you set Rodecaster Pro 2 gain correctly for this position. Tell you exactly where to aim your mouth relative to camera. Help you hide the mic better on screen while keeping great sound. You're on the right track.
All right. Well, I guess I'm on the right track. All right. Let's go back to setting this thing up. This is supposed to be done in 25 minutes, and I'm already behind now. Good enough. Whatever. Great. Now, how do I connect? Mount one microphone. How do I connect the thing? Okay, I'm assuming it's this piece up in here. Let's just, I don't know how it's supposed to look. I have no idea how it's supposed to look. I don't know. I'm just gonna do it. Okay. Do I like remove this one and go for this one? I don't know. What is that for? Okay, no idea. I have no idea. I just gotta trust and figure it out the best I can. Okay. Okay. Oh, okay. I hope that's how that works. All right, you know what? I already got it on there. Just leave it the fuck alone. Okay, that's, I think, how that's supposed to go. And then, fucker. Okay, I think that's how it's supposed to go. Assemble one chain, assemble the mic stand, mount one microphone, route one XLR cleanly. Okay, so I got this really, really, really long 10 meter just in case in the future we, do something else with the setup, which I don't honestly think that was necessary, but hey, here we are. Damn it, I could have done with like a 5 or 3 meter or something. Whatever. No, because I would probably move it from one thing to another. Whatever. Just focus. You got it. It's done. I can always go longer and okay. Right, you can always go longer. Does this thing open? Okay, I don't know. Or do you like put it in here or something? Does this thing open? No, it looks like it's there. It looks like it's like stitched on. Okay. All right. So I think that's it. I hope that's it. And now I can just take the rest of this cable, straighten it out. Okay. I really don't know. I don't even know if ChatGPT can see that because it's too dark. I don't know if you can see it because maybe it's too dark. But for the Rode RODE PSA 1 plus boom arm, they've got these little things at the top where it looks like you can push wiring into. Oh, never mind. You just have to snap it in. Yeah, 'cause I don't want to break it. I do not want to break the thing. It's expensive. I don't want to break the thing. And I've never done this before, so, you know, it's like all new to me. Okay, but that's, you just pull it out. Okay, you push it in. Okay, that's easy. That's easy enough. Okay. Okay, that's doable. Better. Okay, great. That is doable. That we can do. We can work with that. Ah, shit. I guess if there was more like headroom here, that would be great. But yeah, this is a start for now. For now. And then I'll connect this into the Rode Podcaster. Okay. Now let's see here. Let's not be fancy here, Dave. Just fucking wrap the thing. Yes. That's just like you learned it all those years ago. Working in that IT department at school. Yes. Doable, right? Right. Cool. Now you got a whole bunch of wiring. There you go. Yeah, probably. And you could probably get like a little thing. Good enough. Okay, good enough. Next. Route 1, cable cleanly. Temporary routing is fine. Ignore the second mic from now. Road Packer is Pro. Place it where it's going to live. Plug in power That single XLR headphones, power on, confirm signal, hear your voice. All right, so let's get the thing and let's go from there. Where do I put this now? Oh boy. No, we don't need that. Focus. Okay. Oh no. What the fuck? Why? What the fuck is this? Okay, maybe there's got to be something here. Okay, put that out the way. Okay, okay, that makes a bit more sense. Okay, that makes the most sense now. Okay, right. My bad. Too early. Too early. Okay. Oh. Okay. It turns on. Now this is another thing you got to learn how to use this thing. Well, Hamma, I hope you are interested to learn how to use this. Oh, well, super colorful. I hope you are interested to learn how to use this thing. Oh, I think it would work this other way. Yeah. Okay, it needs the power adapter. No good. So it's got to be this power adapter for sure. Okay. And then that works. Oh, thank God. All right. I have no idea about audio. I don't know. Like literally, that's why I only use this microphone. Oh. Okay. All right. Oh, yes. Perfect. Right. Thank you. Came with the USB-C. And that would plug into the other thing. It's starting to get really messy up in here. It's getting real messy up in here. Holy shit. Whoa. Gotta get this fixed somehow. All right. We have the XLRs plugged in. Got the Rode Podcaster plugged in. Okay. Place it where it will live. Plug in the power. Headphones. Okay. think the big one. Oh. Right. That's why you gotta also check the instruction manual. Whoa, okay. Shit. Okay, let's see if we can do this here. Let's see. Oh. Okay, I don't know if you can cleanly see that, but I'm trying to set up these headphones. The one ODIO headphones. And my question to you is, where it says option 2, is that supposed to be where I plug in this into the Rode Podcaster? Caster Pro 2, question mark? Do I plug in the headphones to the Rodecaster Pro 2 or to the computer directly? Question mark. Man. This is a process. Yes, I can see what you're pointing at using. This is a very common first-time audio routing question. There is a correct answer. And into the Rodecaster. Okay, so do not plug them into the computer. Option 2, that option 2, okay, so I can't see it. I think. Okay, so we plug the thin end. Oh my God, all these wires. All of these wires. Ay caramba. For this use case, the Rode Podcaster Pro 2 is your audio brain, okay? When you use the Rodecaster, it receives the mic signal, it processes the audio, it sends audio to the computer, it controls what you hear. So your headphones should be plugged in the sitting device that controls the audio. Okay? Oh, okay. You'll hear delayed audio latency. You won't hear the mic the same way it's being recorded. You'll lose proper monitoring control. That's why podcasters never monitor from the computer. One end labeled or designed for audio interface. One audio for daisy chaining. Plug the main headphone end into the Rode Podcaster Pro 2 headphone output. Ignore the extra jack unless you're sharing audio with someone else. You do not need the computer jack at all. Which headphone port on the Rodecaster? Use headphone output 1 front or back, doesn't matter functionally. Assign different mixes to different headphones outputs. Adjust volume independently. For now, one mic, one headphone output, simple and clean. Quick sanity check. Damn, I don't know if I want to be. Damn it. Bottom line, no fluff headphones, Rodecaster 2. Okay. Done. Okay. Now how do I use this thing? So I've got the XLR into here. Does it just automatically show up? No. Okay. So now I gotta use my phone. Here's the other thing too that you can do is you can use your phone, right? So just have ChatGPT download on your phone, take a picture of the thing, which I'm going to do right now, and then I'm going to say, hey, teach me how to use this thing, because I have no idea. It's going to take a minute to show up, but it'll work. Oh, okay, that was it. Okay, please show me how to use this thing, because I have no idea, and it's a lot right now. Period. Can you please either tell me what each thing means, each button and dial and knob or whatever, or can you tell me or point me to a YouTube video that can show me how to make sure I get this thing connected, because I got no idea. And then you go over here, refresh, and then it shows up right there on the phone. I mean, on the computer now. So I took a picture from the phone, and now I'm asking for instructions on how to use this thing. Okay.
Totally fair. This is a lot the first time you see it powered on. You're not behind. You're exactly where everyone is on day one with a Rodecaster. I'll do 3 things in order of least overwhelm. 1, give you a mental model, what this thing actually is. 2, explain only the controls that matter right now. 3, point you to 1 or 2 videos, not 20, that will lock this in visually. No jargon, no rabbit holes. Number 1. First, what the Rodecaster Pro 2 actually is. Simple model. Think of it as 3 devices in one box. 1 mic preamp makes your mic loud and clean. 2 mixer controls what you hear and what the computer hears. 3 audio interface sends sound to your computer, OBS, Zoom, etc. You do not need to understand every today. Your only goal right now is, open quote, I speak, I hear myself, OBS sees audio. Close quote, that's it. Number 2. The only parts you need to understand today, I'm going to ignore 60% of the surface on purpose. A, the mic channel strips, vertical sliders. Each vertical column equals 1 audio source. From left to right, mic 1, mic 2, USB, computer audio, Bluetooth, other inputs.
The mic channel strips, the vertical sliders. Okay. Each vertical column is 1 audio source. Each vertical column is 1 audio source. Okay. From left to right, we have mic 1, 2, USB, computer, other inputs. Okay. So, right. Okay. Okay, so we'll keep that down. Okay, let's get this thing going. Today is 2026. Month. Okay. Today's date is the 26th of January. Okay. Okay, I'm stuck at setup and I see that the thing is asking me to get connected via Wi-Fi, wired, or Road Central for PC/Mac. I have no idea what that means and what do I do about that. Like if I have the Ethernet plugged into the Mac Studio, does that mean that I can still use the internet on the Mac Studio if the Ethernet cable is connected into the Rode Podcaster Pro 2? Caster Pro 2? Question mark. Or do I just use the Rode Central for PC/Mac or Wi-Fi? What do I do here? First with the Rode. Mm-hmm. Okay, we got to download. Rode. Okay, this isn't good for me. All right, I got the mic channel. Strips the vertical sliders. This thing isn't turning on. Okay, now let's turn it on again. Okay. Going to ignore 60% of the surface on purpose. The mic channel strips vertical sliders. Each vertical column equals one audio source from left to right. Mic 1, 2, da 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 da. You only care about mic 1 right now. What matters here, the white slider. The white slider is the volume. Leave it near the middle for now. The red mute button kills that channel. The green ear button, whether you hear it in the headphones. Okay, if your voice disappears, check the red mute button first. The top right knobs, this is important. Use the you see 4 small knobs labeled 1 to 4. 1 to 4, okay. With colors. You see 4 small knobs labeled 1 to 4 with colors. These are headphone volume knobs. Knob 1 controls the headphone output. Okay. Knob 1 controls the headphone knob. Turning it does not affect recording. It only affects what you hear. If you can't hear yourself, turn knob 1 clockwise. That's it. No danger. See the big green knob. Do not touch much yet. This controls monitor level, master output, depending on mode. For now, leave it alone. If things get loud, turn it slightly down. You won't break anything. The touchscreen, your control center, right now it's just booting. Once it finishes, it will ask you to set up a mic. Choose dynamic mic, accept defaults. Do not dive into EQ effects yet. The big white pads on the right, these are sound pads. Okay, music effects clips, you can ignore them entirely today. They are not required for recording. What to do right now, 5-minute check, do this in order. Mic plugged into XLR1, yes. Headphones plugged into headphone output 1. Yeah, headphone output 1. Oh, okay. Make sure that's really plugged in there. Okay. Turn knob 1. Knob 1 up halfway. Speak into the mic, you should hear yourself instantly. Check, check. Check, check, check. Nope. Check, 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 check. Nope. Okay, I just connected to Wi-Fi just cause. Okay, new firmware is updated. Okay, so let's update the firmware. Okay, we can do this. We can do this if we just clear out the desk and we just think about this strategically. Oh, I can also just take a picture with ChatGPT as well, and it can help me organize my desk. Right, so that's got to probably go here to the right. Toilet break. Be right back. That's cool. Okay, the update has happened. Check. To improve future updates and also we can share your Okay. Damn, how do let me just Google YouTube this. And thank God they do these things now.
Here's a quick 2-minute tutorial, on how to set up your mic with the Rodecaster Pro 2. First, connect your mic to one of the 4 XLR inputs and then press the color button above whichever channel you're
Hey everybody, welcome back to the channel, and today I am giving you a full tutorial on the Rodecaster Pro 2. There are so many things to learn about this thing that we just don't have time for the usual chit chat. Hope you're doing fine. Let me know down in the comments. Let's get right to it. To the Rodecaster. Alright, so the first thing you're going to do, obviously, you're going to connect your microphones to the Rodecaster Pro 2, connect your microphone to the XLR cable, and then connect the other end of the XLR cable to the Rodecaster. If you're using any instruments or anything like that that require a line in, the input that you use to plug the mics in is actually hybrid, so you just plug it right into the same holes. Okay, now that that part's done, all we got to do is set up the microphones themselves. So we're going to actually press the button at the top of the
Oh, why doesn't it show up? I can hear my. I can absolutely. Oh, what? Wait a second. Wait a second. Am I actually hearing myself? Yeah. Hold on a second. Check. This is a test of the DJI. Nope. This is a test of the Shure SM7B. This is a test of the Shure SM7B. I can't hear myself, okay? Can I hear myself? Can I hear myself? Okay, I'm muted. Now I can hear myself. Now I can't. Okay, so if I want to mute myself, I gotta press the red thing to mute. So I can't hear myself while I'm doing the input monitoring. If I press the green thing, I can hear myself, but no. Okay, that's highlighted. What does that mean? Oh, damn, that's complex for right now. Okay, check. So this is the dB, the gain. I can turn down my headphones. Turn down my headphones. Pop. How much can I go? Check. This is me talking at a very normal pace. And this is just the monitoring. This is me talking super normally. Okay, I'm hitting 15 up to minus 10 dB, minus 8 dB. Okay, it just sounds loud because my knob, but I have the gain turned up way high. Gain. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, I hear myself. I definitely hear myself. I hear myself. Check. Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing about using this stuff. My voice sounds really. Check. My voice sounds really. I don't hear myself. Okay, now I hear myself. I hear myself. This is me smacking the arm. Okay. All right. But how did that work like that? How is that possible? There's no sound input. I only see 2 mics. How is that possible? Oh, let me stop recording as well. Where is the recording now? Oh, shit. Oh, boy. Shit. Oh, my God. What do I do here? And this thing is something else here. Okay. Let's go to ChatGPT. ChatGPT. How do I do this thing? Okay, so I see on the interface of the Rodecaster Pro 2. Okay, so I see on the interface of the Rodecaster Pro 2 that it's on, and then I have the Shure SM7B connected. And I see whenever I speak the green bars going up and down and all that stuff, period. But now, like if I turn off the DJI Mic 3, I can't do dictation, for example. And also when like if you look at over here, the screenshot of the settings for the Mac, why don't I see my microphone yet? You know, why don't I see the Shure SM7B basically? Question mark. Oh, dang it.
Perfect question, and you're not missing anything. This is one of those concepts that clicks once and then never confuses you again. However, the short correct answer, TLDR, your Mac will never show Shure SM7B as an input. The SM7B is an analog mic, not a USB. Perfect question, and you're not missing anything. This is one of those concepts that clicks once and then never confuses you again. However, the short correct answer, TLDR, your Mac will never show Shure SM7B as an input. The SM7B is an analog mic, not a USB mic. Your Mac only ever sees the Rodecaster Pro 2. When you turn off the DJI mic, dictation stops because macOS is still listening to the DJI, not the Rodecaster. Nothing is broken. This is normal. What's actually happening, plain English? Think in layers. SM7B, Rodecaster Pro 2, Mac. The SM7B talks to the Rodecaster. The Rodecaster talks to the Mac. The Mac has no idea what mic is plugged into the Rodecaster, so macOS will never list. Open quote, Shure SM7B, close quote. Instead, it will list, open quote, Rodecaster Pro 2 SB or similar, close quote. That's the container carrying your mic signal. Heck, why dictation stops when you turn off the DJI mic? Right now, macOS is still set to input equals DJI mic, wireless mic RX. So when you turn it off, macOS hears nothing, dictation fails. You think, why isn't the SM7B working? But the SM7B is working perfectly. macOS just isn't listening to the Rodecaster yet. The fix, do this calmly, step by step. Step 1, macOS sound settings. Go to System Settings, Sound, Input. You should see
This is a test to see if the Shure SM7B in line 1 is working. This is a test. This is a test. This is a test. This is a test. This is a test to see if the Shure SM7B line 1 is working. This is a test to see if the Shure SM7B in line 1 is working. This is a test. This is a test. This is a test. This is a test. This is a test to see if the Shure SM7B line 1 is working. All right, so to explain all that, I'm testing out these different interfaces. I don't know if you can see it over here on the camera, but I'm trying to test out and see like these sliders. I've got no idea. I don't know, man. I'm really just trying to piece this together. I'm going to watch the tutorial now. That might be it. Because once I get that, I think I'm going to get the rest of it. And then after that, I just have to make some documentation just to do like a checklist of what to do. But as you can see on the screen, all I have to do is make sure that the audio is connected. So I got to re-put the audio capture. Oh, fuck. Ugh. This is work. This is work. Okay. Green bars on the road. Green bars on the roadcaster moving. Green bars on the roadcaster moving. Green bars. Green bars. Green bars. Green bars. Green bars. Green bars on the roadcaster moving. Green bars. I can hear myself in the on the monitoring. That's oh yeah, there you go. There you go. That's doable. That's really doable. That's much better. Okay. So there's that. That's pretty good. I do not hear myself. Poppy. Pop it like a Polaroid. Pop it like a Polaroid. Pop it like a Polaroid picture from a peaceful state. Peaceful and a beautiful state. Peace. I am not the limited mind. I am the limitless consciousness. I am not the limited mind. I am the limitless consciousness. Okay. Let's go through this tutorial now.
The fader here for the microphone that you plugged in. Now they do have the presets up here, and you can go use and connect the other end of the XLR cable to the Rodecaster. If you're using any instruments or anything like that that require a line in, the input that you use to plug the mics in is actually hybrid, so you just plug it right into the same holes. Okay, now that that part's done, all we got to do is set up the microphones themselves. So we're going to actually press the button at the top of the fader here for the microphone that you plugged in. Now they do have the presets up microphones themselves, so we're going to actually press the button at the top of the fader here for the microphone that you plugged in. Now they do have the presets up here, and you can go through them. If you scroll on through, you can see all the different ones. We discussed this microphone that you plugged. All we got to do is set up the microphones themselves. So we're going to actually press the top of the fader here for the microphone that you plugged in. Now they do have the presets up here, and you can go through them. If you scroll on through, you can see all the different ones. We discussed this in our previous video, but they also have very generic ones for just dynamic and condenser if the brand that you use doesn't line up.
Oh, I see the Shure SM7B on the screen. That's good. I see the Shure SM7B. I see the Shure SM7B on the screen. Okay. Oh, shit. That's complicated for me. But it's going to get easier. Gabriel, it's going to get easier. It's okay. It'll get easier. Just believe in yourself. I believe. Oh, that's line 2. Yes. Okay, we got the SM7B. SM7B. Line 2. Line 1. SM da-da-da. Line 2 is SM7B. Line 3 will be once again SM7B. Line 4 will once again be SM7B. Okay, so we got SM7B, 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 SM7B everywhere. Oh boy. This is like real big stuff here.
With any of these. So like I said, you have a lot of the road ones, but then they also have towards the end.
But you know what? The point of this is, this is not the bottleneck. This is not the issue. This microphone is not the issue. This is supposed to be the thing that every motherfucker has that does this stuff seriously. Okay? So this is not the bottleneck. Not the bottleneck. Not the cross point. Mac Studio, no longer the cross point. Everything is working. So now we got to identify what's that next cross point. What is that next gap that we have to cross? What is that next thing? And that's what I'm trying to figure out right now. And that's what I'm going through. That's what I'm figuring out right now. So Emma, if you ever see this is what I had to do. Now you can see this is a lot of work.
And you see the RE20 and the SM7B, so cool on them. I'm currently using the Rode Procaster, so I'm set up on that. But like I said, if you went to dynamic or condenser, it would just go to a generic profile, and then you would have to answer the microphones themselves. So we're going to actually press the button at the top of the fader here for the microphone that you plugged in. Now they do have the presets up here, and you can go through them. If you scroll on through, you can see all the different ones. We discussed this in our previous video, but they also have very generic ones for just dynamic and condenser if the brand that you use doesn't line up with any of these. So like I said, they have a lot of the Rode ones, but then they also have towards the end, you see the RE20 and the SM7B, so cool on them. I'm currently using the Rode Procaster, so I'm set up on that. But like I said, if you went to dynamic or condenser, it would just go to a generic profile, and then you would have to set a lot of settings on your own. But a few things it would automatically set, for example, it would actually turn on your phantom power if you had a condenser microphone. This is a dynamic, so we don't want to do that. That can mess up the microphone. And it also sets a little bit of your processing for you. So for example, I can look at the EQ, and you can see it's actually done a little bit of work with the EQ. You can actually change this on your own by using the magic knob and adjust any of the settings as you click through them. You see how they highlight.
This one is
and you could do that to
it's
every
still kind
single
of
one.
advanced because it's not like a out of the box thing. Let me see if I could find this one. Maybe this one has a complete newbie beginner. I don't even know what these terms mean.
Hello and welcome to my Rodecaster Pro 2 initial review. And there are a lot of pros to the Rodecaster Pro 2. It's new. Now, while over the past 3.5 years, I feel like I've been able to master the caster when it comes to the Rodecaster Pro 1, I'm still a noob with the 2, a 2 noob. So this is my initial review where we will walk through the features together. By the way, you're listening to audio through the PodMic, through the Rodecaster Pro 2 right now. We're going to walk through as much as possible together. If I covered every feature in depth, this would be, I don't know, longer than Gone with the Wind. None of us have that much time, so I'll do my best to condense things. Then I will also share my thoughts about upgrading and why I think the Rodecaster Pro is pretty awesome and basically one of the best tools that I've ever used in my life. Before we jump to that though, very important to let you know that Rode did send me this Rodecaster Pro 2 early, which is super cool. Additionally, I firmly believe it's important for you to be aware that I am using beta firmware on the Rodecaster Pro 2 right now, and you beta believe there might be some changes between what you see here and what you see on the final release or future firmware updates. The audio processing, the audio quality is all set, but you might notice some user interface changes or some things moved around. Rode has a really strong record with firmware updates over a long period of time. That's definitely something they're planning to do with the Rodecaster Pro 2 2. So that means that depending on when you're watching this video, you may or may not see different features, different interfaces, all that. And because I've been such a fan of the Rodecaster since the beginning, I've used this almost daily for 3.5 years and I absolutely love it. However, this isn't perfect, especially because it was sort of a device that really kind of had to grow and figure out what it was supposed to be over time. And what that means is I did actually have a small list of features that I wanted to see improved on the Rodecaster Pro 2 if there ever was one. And I put this list together like over a year ago. They have gone so far above and beyond the stuff on my list. I couldn't have even imagined putting something like this together. So I do want to talk about it first since I think it's very important. My wish list, my number one request for the Rodecaster Pro 2 was better headphone preamps. The headphones have been rebuilt from the ground up, and I am very, very happy to confirm that what you hear in the headphones is not only exactly what the recording sounds like, but it is super clean. There's not any extra hiss or fuzz or buzz or anything. These are incredibly clean headphone preamps, and that ties into my second request, which was more clean gain. 55 decibels on the Rodecaster Pro was fine, but pretty much anytime I was using a dynamic microphone, I found myself using a booster of some kind. So not only does the Rodecaster Pro have 76 decibels of clean gain, but as you might have seen by now, Rode claims that it is using a booster of some kind. So not only does the Rodecaster Pro have 76 decibels of clean of some kind. So not only does the Rodecaster Pro have 76 decibels of clean gain, but as you might have seen by now, Rode claims that it is so clean, it's approaching the theoretical limit of how clean a preamp can be.
Oh, it does have 76 decibels. Okay. I do not know exactly what decibels and all that stuff mean. I just, from what I understand so far, it's like how much sound can your voice get picked up by the microphone, because the Shure SM7B, from what I understand, has very low, like it requires a lot of gain. That's all I know about this.
So much so that if you do add in a booster, like a FET head or a cloud lifter, you will actually make the signal noisier. And you better believe it was the very first thing I tested on the Rodecaster Pro 2, and Rode was 100% correct because I tried it with and without the FET head, and it was noisier with the FET head. Let's test the SM7B, because even though it's not a Rode mic, there is an SM7B setting within the Rodecaster Pro. This is channel 4. I'm going to choose SM7B, and now you'll notice that it has been set to 55 decibels of gain. I'm going to fade out the NT1, and I'm going to fade in the SM7. 55 decibels of gain. I'm going to fade out the NT1.
Fade out the NT1.
And I'm going to fade in the SM7B. So now this is the SM7. And I'm going to fade in the NT1.
In, fade out, fade out, fade in, fade out. In, you can hear me, in, out, out.
And I'm going to fade in the SM7B. So now this is the SM7B running directly into the...
How much gain do I need? I don't know. Oh, you can even touch it too. Oh, that's good. Let's just keep it at 55. Oh, okay, that's like the base. 55. All right. Yep.
Rodecaster Pro 2. And of course, you can see here processing is turned on. If I turn processing off, this is just sort of the default SM7B sound.
This is the default. This is the default. This is the default. This is the default. This is the default sound. This is the processed sound. Default sound, processed sound. Default sound, processed sound. This is the processed sound. This is the process. This is the process sound. I see. Interesting. Okay. Sparkle. What the hell does that even mean, sparkle? I don't know. Punch. What does that mean? I don't know. I don't know what that means. Presets. Podcast studio. Okay. Presets. Neutral. Okay, and then it changes. Okay, so there's presets. Okay, so if I go to broadcast, I'm going to get a different sound. Broadcast sound. This is podcast studio sound. This is neutral. Oh, I kind of can hear the difference. Neutral. Podcast. Broadcast. Neutral. Neutral. This is neutral. This is more neutral. This is more podcast. This is more broadcast. Podcast, podcast, broadcast. Neutral sound. This is a neutral sound. This is a podcast sound. This is a broadcast sound, neutral sound, podcast sound, broadcast sound, neutral sound. All right, that's fair enough. Effects, reverb, echo. Oh shit. Nope, I don't want to go there. Let's take that. Processing. Okay, so the effects, there's a thing here where it says effects. And this is where the Insta360 Link 2 shines. Okay, there's a setting here on this interface, this panel, this screen, and it shows me effects. And if I have it on for processing, I don't hear background things. But if I turn it off, I hear like the staticky thing. Processing. Okay, so just leave it to the fucking processing, Gabriel. All right, good enough. Oh God, that looks complicated.
You can kind of hear what that sounds like, and I turn processing on, and it cleans it up quite a bit.
Stop saying it looks complicated. It's not. People have gotten it before. You just need to watch some videos on how to use it.
I can, of course, increase the gain if I need it, because this is a very gain-hungry microphone. So now I'm going to turn processing off, and I'm going to stop talking, and you can kind of just hear what that sounds like. Basically, you can now easily use the SM7B or a microphone like it with the Rodecaster Pro without a booster. But I know you're going to want to verify that claim that Rode made. And now this is the SM7B running through the FET head. So even though the gain is lower, I'm going to stop talking. You can hear what that sounds like. Turn on that processing so you can hear what that sounds like. Turn off the processing. And now I've removed the FET head from the signal chain. And now this is what that sounds like with no processing. And now if I want to turn on processing for the SM7B, I think, listening through my headphones, it's very clear, pun fully intended, that the sound is more clear without the booster. And the FET head is my favorite booster. Like, I really love this. I use it all the time on everything. I think it gives me the best results. Cloud lifters are great too. But that means you don't need any of that with basically any microphone anymore. You can just plug in whatever mic you got straight into the Rodecaster Pro 2, and you know that it's going to be able to work and it's going to be able to sound good. I don't even have this. Oh my gosh, I could... Wow. Okay, I can change this. There we go. I realized I had the fader like really, really low, and I was still getting enough of a level. So I'm going to level with you and say that that's pretty friggin' amazing. I also wanted smoother faders, just physical functionality of the fader to be smoother. They nailed that. And the faders also do have a felt little like thing that they slide between, so it keeps dust and dirt from getting inside of the Rodecaster Pro, which is great. I wanted audio delay for streaming. Better believe that's in here. Not just the delay effect, but the ability to like delay the outputs so that you can sync it up with your video if you're having sync issues during a live stream. I wanted easy USB power. That's how the whole thing is powered. I wanted reverb and voice effects. This thing is full of those. And I wanted more functionality in the sound pads. So much so that these aren't even called sound pads now, they're called smart pads. So Rode really like not only addressed everything I wanted, but then went so much further. So that's what we're going to talk about. Now we're on the Rode Procaster running through the Rodecaster Pro. The Procaster and the Rodecaster are two different products. Speaking of products, look, it's a box. This is sort of important to understand how Rode is framing the Rodecaster Pro 2. So what's important to understand is that the Rodecaster Pro 1, the OG Rodecaster, RCP-OG, came out in 2018. And at that time, there was really nothing like this. I promise you. That's why I'm so excited about it. There was nothing like this in the world. It was geared towards podcasting specifically. But then over time, people kind of realized this also works really good for streaming. And so Rode made a whole bunch of updates to make it, a really great tool for streaming and improve the podcasting capabilities. But then of course, people wanted to take it further, start using it for music production, live event production, all that kind of stuff. And that's where with the Rodecaster Pro 2, it specifically is called an integrated audio production studio. And that means it's actually specifically designed for podcasting and streaming and music. None of those things are an afterthought or an add-on, or we're trying to make it work the best we can. It is designed for all three of those things. So for somebody who does any of those, or especially for somebody who does a mix of more than one of those things, this is a pretty amazing tool for you to use. Now the Rodecaster Pro 2 is a little bit physically smaller than the original. If I can lift this up, I'll set the original Rodecaster down, put the new one on top of it. And what you can kind of see here is basically if you just chopped off channel 1 on the original Rodecaster, that is the size of the Rodecaster Pro 2. And a very important thing to understand is that while this does have the Rodecaster Pro name and it does have some familiar things from the original, this is actually totally new from the ground up. Like every component internally and externally is basically entirely new and entirely rebuilt. So it's not just sort of the old parts in a new case. In this case, it's entirely new. So we do have 6 physical faders. On the original Rodecaster Pro, we had 8 physical faders, but the biggest difference here is that with these 6 faders, if you notice, none of these are labeled. So that means you can assign these to be whatever you want them to be. I can show you how to do that very quickly right now. So I'm going to stop recording. Now you're listening to the audio just from my boom mic on my camera, so I can go through and rearrange some of the faders and things while you're recording. So all I need to do is go into the settings and go to fade some of the faders. Listening to the audio just from my boom mic on my camera, so I can go through and rearrange some of the faders and things while you're recording. So all I need to do is go into the go through and rearrange some of the faders and things while you're recording. So all I need to do is go into the settings and go to faders. And then from there, you can just drag and drop things. So right now, physical fader 1 is an XLR microphone input, but I could move that over here and swap that with channel 4. So now channel 4 is going to fader 1. I could move Bluetooth over to fader 1 if I wanted to. Channel 1 is your main channel, so it does have some features and capabilities that the other channels don't in terms of settings. But as you can see here, I can sort of assign everything to be whatever I want it to be. I'm gonna put these back so I don't get confused for right now. Now what you might notice here is that we have physical and virtual faders. So we have 6 physical faders, but there are virtual channels as well. And those do not have to stay virtual. You can have it set up where you have your 6 channels being used here, and then you can still adjust your virtual channels through the display. Let's just say, for example, I don't need to use Bluetooth, but I really want to use USB 1. I can drag USB 1 to Bluetooth, and now this channel right here, this physical fader, is now being used for what was a virtual channel. So virtual and physical, no channels have to be virtual or have to be physical. You can move them all around, and you might notice that there are more lights, more pretty lights on the Rodecaster Pro 2. Each channel has a light, and then also each headphone has a light, and you can fully customize all of them. For example, if you couldn't guess, my favorite color is blue, but blue has always been channel 3. So that means even when I'm the only person using the Rodecaster, I just use channel 3. But now, if I want to be channel 1, I can go to channel 1, I can go to settings, and I can just change the color that I want of channel 1. But blue has always been channel 3. So that means even when I'm the only person using the Rodecaster, I just use channel 3. But now, if I want to be channel 1, I can go to channel 1, I can go to settings, and I can just, but now, if I want to be channel 1, I can go to channel 1, I can go to settings, and I can just
okay.
change the color that I want of channel 1. So I can make it this awesome blue right here. Boom. And now channel 1 is
oh, that's cool.
is blue. So they could all be the same color if you wanted, or you can color code them differently. So now we're back on the pod mic on the Rodecaster Pro 2 to talk about some of the other things here. We do have
Okay, let's keep it simple.
have our headphone knobs right here, which have their individual lights on them, and you can of course change the colors to match your channels however you want, which is great. You have full customization options, which is just so cool. We also have this new button here. This is one way that you can also interact with the touch interface. So for example, right now I don't have anything happening on these virtual channels, but say I've tapped on this virtual channel right here. Now I can use this knob, which has, it's a clicked knob, so it has like, you can feel it clicking, and it's also a push button. So I can turn that channel up or down, get that wherever I want it, and then I'm done. And now this knob is going to control my monitor output instead. So as you're going through the effects and stuff too, you can use this to adjust, like here, for example, the high pass filter on the channel that I'm using right now. I can use this knob to switch between the settings, and I can use it to physically adjust them. The Rodecaster Pro 2 has metal faders, and the top of it is all really heavy duty metal, while the side of it is really heavy duty plastic. The faders themselves are much smoother than the original. I really appreciate this very much. And we've got our same mute and solo buttons. We've got 8 pads here, but instead of just being sound pads, they're smart pads, and I will be smart and explain that a little bit later. And we've also now got physical buttons here to switch between the pages of the pads. You no longer have to go through the menu to do that. And on the sides of the front of the new Rodecaster, there's nothing. Don't need to worry about it. Everything's pretty much on the back and the bottom. This is now the Rode NT1. It is a condenser mic, so previously I was using the pod mic and the Procaster. Those are both dynamic microphones. We do have our 4 XLR inputs, which are excellent because they are Nutric combo inputs. So they can take an XLR cable, but they can also take a 1/4-inch input, which is very exciting. You see a microphone, a guitar, and a line insert. That means these are not just XLR inputs for microphones, but they're specifically also designed for line level inputs and instrument. We've got 1/4-inch left and right monitor outputs. We've got 1/4-inch, 1/4-inch headphone outputs. We have 2 USB outputs, one for your main computer and one to actually connect a secondary computer or an SSD for storage. We have an Ethernet port, a micro SD card port, the power button, and then the power input is USB-C. So the RCP2 does come, of course, with a power adapter, but it also means because it runs off USB, you can run it off of almost any USB power source, power bank, that kind of thing. You don't need any special adapters or special cables. Rode did also make a new cover for it, so there's the Rode Cover Pro, and that just sets right on top of it. So if you want to protect it from dust and things while you're not using it, this is great. So I think that's the main physicality of the Rodecaster Pro 2. The reason I kind of blasted through that part of the cast blast was because I really want to get to what's inside the Rode. But I did forget. On the bottom of the Rodecaster Pro 2, there is a 3/8 inch mount and screws for a Versa mount. So if you want to easily attach this to some kind of arm, like a monitor arm or something, you don't need any adapters, you don't need anything like that. You can just connect it right there, and then you're good to go. That might be something I want to do in the future just to free up some desk space. Because you might know I'm desperate for more desk space. I've been waiting to do this for weeks at this point, so I'm gonna use something very special. I'm gonna pull thing I want to do in the future just to free up some desk space. Because you might know I'm desperate for more desk space. I've been waiting to do this for weeks at this point, so I'm gonna use something very special. I'm gonna pull out the Rode Reporter. I've been wanting this microphone for years, and now I have it, and I'm very excited about that. I think this is a very cool microphone. It's super well built. It's also an omnidirectional mic, so it doesn't even matter like how I rotate it. It shouldn't really change the sound. But the reason I have this is because you might notice this Rodecaster Pro display has this plastic peel on it. I have been waiting until I can make this video before I get rid of that because not having that peel there is very appealing to me. It is now time for unnecessary ASMR. Oh, now I can see the screen for real in its full glory for the first time. Oh, it's even better. The thing's even better now. Okay, let's put some fingerprints on the screen. Let's switch back over to the Procaster right now. One really cool thing that you might notice right away is just the interface itself and how graphical and nice it is to be able to use, in addition to having presets for all kinds of microphones with the actual picture of the mic. So on each of the XLR channels, these are your options. You have line in, you have instrument, you have a dynamic mic, a generic dynamic mic setting, a generic condenser mic setting, you have a pod mic setting, a broadcaster setting, a Procaster setting, that's what I'm using right now, the NT1 setting, the NT1A, the RE20, which is not even a Rode microphone, and the SM7B has its own preset within the Rodecaster Pro because even though those aren't Rode mics, they're popular microphones and it's nice just to have a preset. But of course, you don't have to use a preset. You can use one of the generic settings and tune it to your liking, or you can start with the preset and then go in and change all the effects that you want. So for example, right now I am on the Procaster preset. This big knob now, if I turn this, it's going to change my gain level input. And what you might notice is this processing thing is green right here. So if I tap that actually turns off all of the processing. And now you're just hearing the raw Procaster into the Rodecaster Pro. 55 dB of gain, that was the max of the original Rodecaster. This has 76, so that's a lot of gain. This thing went to the gym and gained some gains. But also, like, I'm in a room, so it's not the most well sound treated space in the world, so you probably notice a little more room tone, a little more reverb when I turn the effects back on. This is what Rode has decided is going to help this microphone typically sound its best. And you probably also notice a little bit of processing, like the noise gate and stuff being turned on, all of which have been significantly improved over the original Rodecaster Pro. But here's where things start getting really fun. We have all these processing things right here, so we can go through and we have the high pass filter. If you notice, this is quite a bit more detailed than graphic Rodecaster Pro. But here's where things start getting really fun. We have all these processing things right here, so we can go through and we have the high pass filter. If you notice, this is quite a bit more detailed and graphical than we've seen before, so we can adjust the high pass filter. Then I can just tab through the quite a bit more detailed fun. We have all these processing things right here, so we can go original Rodecaster Pro. But here's where things start getting really fun. We have all these processing things right here, so we can go through and we have the high pass filter. If you notice, this is quite a bit more detailed and graphical than we've seen before, so we can adjust the high pass filter, and then I can just tab through the other effects. So here's the de-esser, for example. This is what this sounds like without the de-esser. Sibilants are silly. Sibilants are silly. De-esser makes quite a big difference. We've got the noise gate, which if I turn off the noise gate, sibilant, yes, well then we've processing things right here. So we can original Rodecaster Pro. But here's where things start getting really fun. We have all these processing things right here, so we can go through and we have the high pass filter. If you notice, this is quite a bit more detailed and graphical than we've seen before, so we can adjust the high pass filter, and then I can just tab through the other effects. So here's the de-esser, for example. This is what this sounds like without the de-esser. Sibilants are silly. Sibilants are silly. De-esser makes quite a big difference. We've got the noise gate, which if I turn off the sibilants are silly. De-esser makes quite a big difference. We've got the noise gate, which if I turn off the noise gate, now you can kind of hear, especially like the air conditioner, room tone. If I turn that on, those things disappear when I'm not talking, and then the gate opens up when I am talking. I think that the noise gate on this is so much better than it was on the original Rodecaster Pro, which I just never really used it because I found it a bit too distracting. But in this case, I think that it works really well. And of course, you can dial it into your specific settings. I'm gonna make a whole bunch of videos about, more microphone. You can see also real-time feedback and info. This is what it sounds like without, but we have high, left, and right basically, and then gain up or down for my mids. Same with the lows and same with the low gain. The slider and the big bottom. But while they have the same names, they have been entirely engineered from scratch, from the ground up. So the big bottom, which is still the most hilarious name for a thing, I can tune that to kind of which frequencies it's going to emphasize. Same thing with the RL Exciter, and then you can off these settings, you can kind of hear the mic sound a little more flat, and then I turn these on, and it just sounds a little more exciting. There's a gold feature that did not exist on the original Rodecaster, and that is panning. We are panning for gold. So I can push everything over to one side or everything over to the other side, which is very, very cool. And I know a lot of people wanted that feature in the original Rodecaster Pro. And we also have a high pass filter for each channel. Now I am working within channel 1 here, but if I want to tab over to channel 2, I can just go easily at the top right here. I don't have to like go back out of the menu and into everything every time. Now, everything I did was with the advanced presets turned on. I probably did this a little bit backward. But if I turn that off, we just sort of have simple processing. We have something called depth, sparkle, and punch. So here now we have no depth to my voice, and now I'm adding in some depth. We've got sparkle, which is just sort of that, again, everything's kind of taking the mic from sounding a little bit flat to having a little more of that professional polish on there. And then we've got punch. So now we're going to, sit back in the mix a little bit, but now we're going to punch forward. And again, it just sounds really radio broadcasty. So if you just want to do things really simply on the fly, this is really great. If you're new to audio processing, these features are really great as well. On the got particle. Here now we have no depth to my voice, and now I'm adding in some depth. We've got sparkle, which is just sort of that, again, everything's kind of taking the mic from sounding a little bit flat. So now we're gonna audio broadcasting. So if you just want to do things really simply on the fly, this is really great. If you're new to audio processing, these features are really great as well. And again, this is what it sounds like without any of that stuff turned on. This is just the Procaster and with those things turned on. But of course, I can click advanced and go right there. Now, what you might also see are presets. So on this channel, I have presets. I have neutral. So this is what a neutral preset sounds like. This is what the default podcast studio sounds like. So this kind of has that more like processed spoken word sound. And then we've got broadcast, which is very similar to podcast, but it's sort of got more of that low end punch, those like radio DJs who really love the sound of their own voice kind of thing. It's like, yeah, but you can make your own presets. So if I went through and fine tuned everything to sound really great on my microphone and my voice, I can click the little plus and then I can just create a new preset and access it anytime that I want. And you have that flexibility on everything to sound really great on my microphone and my voice. I can click the little plus and then I can just create a new preset and access it anytime that I want. And you have that flexibility on all of these channels. Even if we go over to Bluetooth, for example, we still have a preset. We can still turn on advanced effects. So it doesn't just have to be the XLR channel. It can be any of the channels have all of this flexibility. You might have noticed though, there's another tab. This was just processing. We didn't even go into effects. When it comes to effects, this was one of the big things that people wanted from the original Rodecaster Pro. The original Rodecaster Pro, the reason that effects were pretty limited on it or almost non-existent is because it did not have the onboard power to do them reliably, especially across all channels. But now, not only is this like 16 times more powerful literally than the original Rodecaster Pro, but it has enough processing power to handle onboard effects, not just globally for everything, but for every individual channel. You can dial in effects and you can assign them to the smart pad. So for example, I'm just going to turn on the echo because it's fun. If I want to have a dream sequence or I want to make a reggae song, and I got it right here. We do have reverb. Finally, reverb is here, which is really great for anyone who wants to do live event production or music production or song vocals. And as you can see here, we have a lot of flexibility with reverb. I can turn the reverb down, I can turn it up, we can do low cut, high cut, and we can also change, this is XL reverb. To see here, finally assign them to, but it has enough processing power to handle onboard effects, not just globally for everything, but for every individual channel. You can dial in effects and you can assign them to the smart pad. So for example, I'm just going to turn on the echo because it's fun. If I want to have a dream sequence, now I got it right here. We do have reverb. Reverb. Finally, reverb is here, which is really great for anyone who wants to do live event production or music production or song vocals. And as you can see here, we have a lot of flexibility with reverb. I can turn the reverb down, I can turn it up, we can do low cut, high cut, and we can also change, this is XL reverb, this is double XL large hall, but we can go down to a small room. Now we can even take it further because if you notice right here, it says more effects on smart pads. If I tap that, now I see my pads right here, but I can add something to a smart pad. And this is where we can talk about the smart pads not just being sound pads. With the original Rodecaster, let me switch mics again. With the original Rodecaster, these were just originally sound pads, and they were great. And then they started having a little more functionality, a little more capabilities, but these are specifically not called sound pads. They are smart pads because they can do a lot. They can do sound effects, they can do effects, they can also do mix, they can add EQ and mixing, they can also be MIDI triggers. So for example, if I start with MIDI, then if I'm connected to a computer and I want this to trigger something or work with a DAW, I can do that all through here, and you have some basic MIDI setup settings right here. This is absolutely amazing through MIDI. That means, like I said, you can use this with a DAW. You can also then set it with a program like Ecamm Live or OBS to trigger scenes, to trigger effects. You can do all kinds of stuff. So in theory, this could potentially be like a scene switcher or something for a live stream as well. The mixer settings where we can do stuff like the sensor beep. I guess that's Morse code, not censoring.
Oh, cool.
Trash talk, which is a really funny name. So if you have somebody who's like on a phone call or something calling in, you can do trash talk, and then you can, I don't know, you can talk about how nice they are, right? It doesn't have to be trash talk. You can talk about how great they are, how great their voice is, how nice they probably smell, and you can do that without them having to hear. Basically, it lets people in studio talk without having it to go out to anybody who's on the phone line. You also have fade in and fade out. So if you want your audio to fade in or out, you can assign that to a smart pad. And you have back channel communication. You do want to be able to talk to other people. Like right here, you can choose who you want that to go to. So for example, say I'm on channel 1 and my co-host is on channel 2, but we have guests on channel 3 and 4.
This is rim shot. Trombone. I have no idea. Crickets. I think that's like a sound effect or something. Oh, that's a sound effect. Okay, that's what a smart pad. These are smart pads. Okay. Okay, so these are the buttons. Okay. Can I not do that? Oh.
I can set it so back channel just goes to one.
This is the fader. The fade. We're going to fade it out. Fade it in. We're fading it in. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, that's the Bluetooth. Okay. Okay, so that's in the middle. That's pretty high. That's high. That's getting lower. We're fading it out. Okay, that's a slider. A slider. This is the microphone thing. Now I can really hear myself a lot. Don't want to do that too much. Maybe in the middle. That should be good to go. And then this one, I don't really... Oh, that's what the knob thing is. Can I touch it? I don't know. Look. What else? Smart pad. Okay, that's the smart pads thing. System. Day and time. Okay, it is 11, 15. Okay, I went back to the settings. Oh boy. Okay, that's 11:16 right now. Oh, what? Oh, interest. Okay, so there's another thing here where you turn it and you get the. Oh, this is me talking as a robot. That's what I wanted. That's what I wanted. Yes, I wanted the sound effects. Yes, that's exactly what I wanted. That's great. That's exactly what I wanted to do. I wanted to have these sound effects so that I can switch between voices. So now I have this really deep voice. Now I have this megaphone. Now I have this monster. This monster. Whoa. Yes. Yes. That's great. That's exactly what I wanted. That's cool. So now I don't need a voice mod app. Nice. Very nice. Okay, that's great. That I like.
1 and 2, which means if we're doing the show and my co-host is like breathing too heavily on the mic, I can quickly push the button and say like, hey, back away from the mic real quick. And it's not going to distract the guest who's telling their story because they're not going to hear it in their headphones.
Testing. Okay, I don't know what this one does. I don't know what this thing does, but I know that if I go to FX, now I get FX, which that's great. That is so great. Turn it off and now yeah. Okay. Well, what about this one now? Oh, okay. Sound. Can we get some sound up in here? Nope. Oh, you can record a sound too. Okay. I think I understand what that means. Oh, but I don't hear any sound on this one. Okay. I think that might have to get swapped out now. The FX. Let's see the FX here. Ducking. What's a ducking? Sensor? Oh. Motherfucker. This is ducking? I don't know what ducking means. Ducking, I don't know. This is okay. That's fun. Okay. Oh, okay. Right. I'm not gonna mess around with that because I don't know what that's supposed to do. So I'm just gonna leave that alone for right now. But I really like that I can hit one of these buttons here and then I can change my voice. So now I sound like a robot. Now I sound like a big robot. Now I sound like a monster. Now I sound like a girl. Now I have this megaphone. Now my voice is now disguised. That's really cool. I like that. That's fun. That's really fun. Okay. This was a investment. This was an investment, but maybe it can work. I just have to get used to it, I think. Fun.
And look at that. There's ducking, finally. Buck likes the ducking. Basically, that means it's going to temporarily lower the other channels while the sound is present in the host's microphone, channel 1.
Ducking.
Finally. Buck likes the duck. And it's not going to distract the guest who's telling their story because they're not going to hear it in their headphones. And look at that. There's duck. Push the button and say like, hey, back away from the mic real quick. And it's not going to distract. Means if we're doing the show and my co-host is like breathing too heavily on the mic, I can quickly push the button and say like, hey, back away from the mic real quick. And it's not going to distract the guest who's telling their story because they're not going to hear it in their headphones. And look at that. There's ducking, finally. Buck likes the ducking. Basically, that means it's going to temporarily lower the other channels while the sound is present in the host's microphone, channel 1. So channel 1 right here, basically it means if channel 1 is talking, everything else is going to get ducked down a little bit. And of course, we've got our sound effects in here. We can record new sound effects. So I can say like, man, the Rodecaster Pro 2 is amazing.
Oh, let's see. Let's assign something here.
And so channel 1 right here, basically it means if channel 1 is talking, everything else is going to get ducked down a little bit. And of course, we've got our sound effects in here. We can record. It means if channel 1 is talking, everything else is going to get ducked down a little bit. And of course, we've got our sound effects in here. We can record new sound effects. So I can say like, man, the Rodecaster Pro 2 is amazing. And now that I've got that sound sample there, it means I can edit it a little bit, like fading it in and out. I can trim it if I don't want that space at the end, so there's more editing functionality built into it. There's also the chance for me to rename it.
Okay. This is all systems north and me live streaming and doing what I have to do to make sure I get my ass back on track with the trading operating system. But the question is, why don't I hear anything though? Okay, and now the thing on the smart pad, there's like this there's this pad over here on the thing where now you can see that it's glowing now. Okay. I gotta get back to this.
So I can type in the name if I want to. I don't even need the computer for any of this. I can also change, of course, the color of the pad if I want it to be a different color, and I can clear it if I don't want that sound sample there anymore. The reason we got here in the first place is because in the channel 1 settings, it said more effects on smart pads. So now I tap that, go over here, and there are effects. So now I can use the smart pads. I have reverb turned on, but as you notice, you're not hearing it. Now I push the sound pad and reverb is turned on. I have it latched, so that means when I push the button, it's going to turn on. Whoa! I think that's just as I have the button pressed down, it will do reverb. Same thing for echo, so I can talk like, this is amazing, and whoa! I think that's really fun, right? In space! There's also this megaphone feature.
Oh, that's great, because now then what I can do is create custom sounds and then play it. I can play these sounds. I can play these sounds whenever I want to. So that means then that if I just create a custom sound, then what? What can I do with that? Subconscious mind, tell me. What can I do with that? What kind of sounds can I... Right, it would have to it would replay something like that would be a sound. It would replay that for me. So now it lives on there. Okay, interesting. Smart pad.
Because now I can just sound like I'm talking into a megaphone. And you can decide right here, so as I can see, like I can turn on which ones I want at the same time. So I can have reverb. And
I'm kind of wondering if that replaces the stream deck. Does a Rodecaster Pro 2 Caster Pro 2 replace a Elgato Stream Deck? Question mark. Like, can I use the smart pad thing to assign shortcuts and hotkeys or whatever. Short answer, partially, but it does not fully replace an Elgato Stream Deck. Yes, the 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 big pads on the right can be assigned actions such as play sound effects, music, stings with the sting, trigger audio clips, mute, unmute, toggle scenes, if configured through companion software, potentially control simple actions. Oh, okay, never mind. Next. Actually, toilet break.
And echo. What? We've got a voice disguiser, so right now I sound like this guy, but
No, I sound like that guy because my voice is disguised. Yeah.
but if you want a little more control, we've also finally got
Pitch shifting. Yeah. Maybe that's a little scary.
What about something like this? What about
doing it in real
Time.
Whoa!
This is very fun.
By the way, there are multiple controls for pitch shift. So right now there's the coarse setting, which of
Course.
kind of whoa.
This is more
Noticeable jumps between
Frequencies.
but if I go to the
fine setting, then it's a much more
Gradual
transition between low
and high. I can go low
to the flow or
high to the sky and echo.
I'll stop for now because if you're still here, thank you. We do still currently have the 8 pages of smart pads, so there's 8 physical pads and then 8 pages, so you can just go between them pretty easily. So now everything that I've covered so far has really only been on one channel. I just kind of wanted to walk you through what it was like to use one channel of the Rodecaster Pro 2 and all of the effects and all the functionality. But of course, that's just a small part of what this can do. Just to give some of the basics, like I mentioned out here with the dual USB ports on the back, I can be recording internally to the Rodecaster. I can also be recording then on my computer into a DAW or sending out a stream or whatever. And then I can also connect a hard drive and record to that simultaneously. So I could be recording like 3 places at once. And you can also connect a second computer. So the level of redundancy is great, but also if you need to send your signal to multiple places, a really good example is if someone's streaming a game and they need to have the game on one computer, but the stream being run off of a second computer, and they want to be able to talk to people on Discord or something while they're gaming, but they don't want that audio going out to the stream, you can route that all through here. We've also got a lot more Bluetooth functionality, not just for connecting the phone call, but for also remembering devices. I mean, let's go into Bluetooth right now, actually. Why not? Here's Bluetooth. Let's connect my phone. Go to Bluetooth connections. We'll search for a device. There we go. And just like that, I'm now paired to my phone. I'm just gonna go to Artlist and play some royalty-free music here. So now I'm playing a song on my phone wirelessly, and now I can bring in that music here. So my phone, this could be a voice, this could be anything like that, and now it's happening through Bluetooth. That kind of functionality has sort of been there with the Rodecaster Pro. This is just a little bit easier. But now I can also store multiple devices, so if I want to switch between them really easily, that's much simpler than it was before. Let's now just go through some of the menu settings again, reminding this is beta firmware, some stuff might change by the time you get the release, but it's going to be at least this good, if not better. So right here we have the faders. I can't go into that right now because I'm recording, but that's everything that we saw with assigning the faders and moving things around like that, changing the colors. We've got outputs. So there's headphones, monitor, storage, I don't have a hard drive connected, listen, multitrack, and processing. This is the master output, so if I want to do something that's going to change the effect on all the channels, regardless of what their processing is before it goes out, this is where I can do that. And I can tab over and go into the output delay. I don't really want to do that right now, but this is where I can turn that on and then delay the output by a number of milliseconds to make it sync up with my video source if I'm doing a live stream or a broadcast and things just aren't syncing on. Process bridge, I don't have a hard drive connected. Listening that we saw with assigning
Check. Does there a difference? When solo is engaged, the host will hear the channel at unity. After fader listener, when solo is engaged, the host will hear the channel at the fader. I don't know what that means. Listen, no, headphones. This is an option? Is this a thing that could work? I don't know. I don't know. I do not know. Okay, whatever, good enough.
The faders and moving things around like that, changing the colors. We've got outputs. So there's headphones, monitor, storage, I don't have a hard drive connected, listen, multitrack, and processing. This is the master output, so if I want to do something that's going to change the effect on all the channels, regardless of what their processing is before it goes out, this is where I can do that. And I can tab over and go into the output delay. I don't really want to do that right now, but this is where I can turn that on and then delay the output by a number of milliseconds to make it sync up with my video source if I'm doing a live stream or a broadcast and things just aren't syncing up properly. I don't have to do it within my software. Most software like Ecamm or OBS or whatever does have a delay that you can add to your audio, but it's nice to just be able to build that in right here. And it's great to know that even if you don't have access to some of that software, you still have that functionality here no matter what. That was a big feature that I really wanted. I'm so happy to see that it's here. We've got multi-track output, so we can do stereo or multi-track. Right now I'm recording in stereo, so I can't go in and turn on multi-track output. We've also got listening. So now this basically means that the solo button right here, the green button on the bottom of each channel, if I press that, it can be an after fader listen or it can be a pre-fader listen. And
I cannot hear myself speak. Now I can hear myself speak. Now I can hear myself speak. Now I cannot hear myself speak. Okay, now I can hear myself speak. I don't know what the difference is. Why?
And that's just whatever you want. So do you want to always hear that at the unity level, or do you want to hear it how it sounds in the mix that you're actually using and working with? We have monitor outputs. This is very cool. This is something I know I got a lot of questions about with the Rodecaster. You can enable auto mute output, which means that monitor output will be muted when a microphone channel fader is lifted to prevent feedback. So right now, I don't know if you can see this right here, but there's this little yellow thing. This is my monitor level. So my dial right here is controlling what would be the level to my monitors.
Wait, what was that?
The unity level, or do you want to hear it how it sounds in the mix that you're actually using and working with? We have monitor outputs. This is very cool. This is something I know I got a lot of questions about with the Rodecaster. You can enable auto mute output, which means that monitor output will be muted when a microphone channel fader is lifted to prevent feedback. So right now, I don't know if you can see this right here, but there's this little yellow thing. This is my monitor level. So my dial right here is controlling what would be the level to my monitors if they were connected, but it is yellow and it is X'd out because I have a fader moved up. If I move this fader down, you will see this turn green.
What?
What would be the level to my monitors if they were connected, but it is yellow and it is X'd out because I have a fader moved up. If I move this fader down, you will see this turn green.
Fader moved down. Oh, see it turn green. Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay. Fader up, and at the normal area, and it's yellow.
And then once I turn it up, it's basically what we don't want to have happen is the microphone to pick up my voice coming out of the speaker, and then it causes all kinds of feedback and just really funky stuff. And you also have the option for fixed output level, which means the monitor output level will be set, just have happen, moved up level to my monitors if they were connected, but it is yellow and it is X'd out because I have a fader moved up. If I move this fader down, you will see this turn green. And then once I turn it up, it's basically what we don't want to have happen is the microphone to pick up my voice coming out of the speaker, and then it causes all kinds of feedback and just really funky stuff. And you also have the option.
He said something about the fader, sliding the fader and the feedback. I don't know.
For fixed output.
I don't know. Oh, that's fun. I like the effects.
Output level, which means the monitor output level will be set to line level and cannot be adjusted. So it's just going to be the same output level no matter what, which is a good thing if you don't want crazy volume shifts on your monitors. That can sometimes cause a lot of problems in certain situations. We have headphones. So we've got presets for the Rode NTH100 that I'm using right now, which are like my favorite headphones ever. But you can also choose if you're using high sensitivity headphones. That's something like the earbuds and things that come with your phone, kind of simple headphones. And you've also have the option if you're using some other kind of special headphones, you can use low sensitivity headphones as well. This is of course now where we can go into the smart pads and we can edit the smart pads like I showed you earlier. So there's multiple ways to get to a lot of other kind of special headphones. You can use low sensitivity headphones as well. This is of course now where we can go into the smart pads and we can edit the smart pads like I
Mm-hmm. Okay, this is just a matter of using it over and over and over and over and over again. But I still don't know why I'm not able to do the hear the sound on the. Clearly, there's something that's happening here with this sound clip or something. Because I can do the effect. Because I can do the effects, but then if I try to do the air horn, I can't hear anything from my side, at least. Maybe you hear. Can you hear the chimes? I don't know. All right.
showed you earlier. So there's multiple ways to get to a lot of these through that. Or if you're a control freak like me, you can turn that off and then you can just decide to choose auto brightness if you want to do that. Or if you're a control freak like me, you can turn that off and then you can just decide how bright you want the display to be. Right now it's at full brightness. It is a very beautiful display.
Oh, can I turn that down? Oh, that's good. Much better. Okay, good. Oh, the brightness turns really high up. Okay, that's more muted. Ah, oh, that's cool. It's more muted now. I don't know what that means. Oh, wait, what? Okay, display. Display is, oh shit. The display is really bright. Now it's really dark. Okay, and let's do the auto. Buttons, when it's inactive. Let's see, something like this. Oh, you can do both. Okay, when it's inactive, we got it muted, like that. Okay, I understand. When it's active, we do it like this. No. I don't know. Oh. I do not know. I do not know. Oh, that's really bright. That's really, really bright. Shit, that's bright on my eyes. When it's active, inactive, I don't know. I do not know. All right, whatever. That's good enough for right now. It's good enough for right now, right?
You can also then tab over here and choose how bright you want your buttons to be. And you can also individually adjust the active and inactive states, how bright you want the difference to be between active and inactive. You also have the option to set the display to dim after a certain amount of time or never. Metering. I meant to turn this on earlier. Broadcast meters. Just turn that on. When you get your Rodecaster Pro 2, or if you have the original, turn on broadcast meters, because that means now when you go, you have actual numbers. It's a little better here. Broadcast meters. Just to be between active and inactive. You also have the option to set the display to dim after a certain amount of time or never. Metering.
What is that? What is it? Oh, that has the numbers on it. Okay. Metering. Oh, okay, that has nothing on it. Display. Broadcast. Let's see. Can you see this? Huh. That's nice. So over here, like if you see the whatever this thing is, the green signal, the bars, if you have it too much, oh, now I can see it. Okay, you want me to be in the 15 dB zone. Right, okay, so that's when we go here, and then we turn up the gain now. Now we turn up the gain. Oh, snap, and now that's how we get to up to 15 dB. Okay, great. Now that makes a lot more sense. Okay, and if I just keep, right, let me keep turning up the gain. Keep turning up the gain. Yeah, that's a lot of gain. Yeah, let's keep it at 60. Actually, let's keep it at 55. 55 might be 55. Testing. testing the gain. Testing. I don't see it moving on OBS. Okay, good enough for right now. Okay, bro. Just go. Just keep going. Oh, okay. And then this is like the threshold, I think. And then it just slides right out. It slides in, and then it slides out. It slides in, fades in, and then it fades out, fades in, and you can see it. Fades in. Okay, great. Okay, that's good. All right, that's good to go. Next.
I meant to turn this on earlier. Broadcast meters. Just turn that on. When you get your Rodecaster Pro 2, or if you have the original, turn on broadcast meters, because that means now when you go, you have actual numbers. It's a little better here since you can see the actual level of the fader. But now you know if you want to be at negative 16 dB, you can just boom, put that right there, and you're all set. And this does happen to have haptic feedback. So I've been using it without haptic feedback, but you can turn on feedback on hold, or that it's always on, which means every time you push a button, you're going to get haptic feedback. We also have show options, so a lot of stuff that you used to be able to do without haptic feedback, but you can turn on feedback on hold, or that it's always on, which means every time you push a button, you're going to get haptic feedback. We also have haptic feedback. So I've been
Haptic feedback. Okay. Oh. It makes a sound. I don't know about that. Okay, no haptic feedback.
Using it without haptic feedback, but you can turn on feedback on hold, or that it's always on, which means every time you push a button, you're going to get haptic feedback. We also have show options, so a lot of stuff that you used to be able to do in the app on your computer, you can just do directly in here. You can see I've currently got 7 recordings. I can't open that because I'm recording right now, but you can go back into your recordings and see them and adjust them and trim them and add in little fades, some basic editing. We can also rename the show, and we can add on new shows as well. Oh, I can do an icon for my show. I'm surprised I don't have like a Vegemite icon. I'll do the gold road dot. So that's my default show. And then I can have a separate show. If you use this for multiple projects, or you share your Rodecaster Pro 2 with multiple people, or it's in like a studio environment, everybody can have default stuff built in, presets, settings, shows, smart pad libraries, all that can be built in internally. Now under networking, we do have built-in Wi-Fi. So that means all of your updates and things can just be done wirelessly. You don't even need to connect it to your computer. You have a lot of functionality over Wi-Fi. We also have wired, so you can connect wired Ethernet. Again, this video would be 5 hours long if I covered everything. Now the very last thing that I wanted to test, I do want to put some of the music capabilities. I want to see, I've never done this. I have not tested it out yet. I'm going to grab a guitar. I'm going to hijack the jack for channel 2. So now what that means is I will go to channel 2. I'm going to switch it over from the pod mic to an instrument. So now it has changed that. And if I turn this up, oh, that's amazing. This sounds a little bit dry though, don't you think? So let's turn on processing. Let's go into reverb. Let's turn on some reverb. Oh. But we also have echo delay. So well, I think, actually, sorry, before I get my thoughts, I'm incredibly curious to know how this might perform with a bass. Oh wow, look at that. Wow, that's pretty freaking sweet. But of course, most of the time that you're running an instrument through something like this, you're probably going to be running it into a DAW or something where you're recording it and processing it further. I can only imagine where something like this can be taken in the future. This video has already gotten significantly longer than I expected it to be, so I am going to save other comparisons, other in-depth things for future videos, just for all of our sanity. But the last thing that I wanted to address was the idea of should you upgrade from the original Rodecaster Pro to the Rodecaster Pro 2. Now, the Rodecaster Pro 2 does have a retail price of $699 US, which I think is an amazing price. The original is $599, so for $100 more, you get like thousands of dollars more worth of stuff. If you exploded this, not literally, but saw everything that's in here and bought the equivalent gear to do everything that's in here separately, it's not only going to cost you way more than this does, but it's also going to be very, very frustrating because you're going to have just entire racks of gear, and this is all just one compact, super awesome thing. So if you're somebody who doesn't have a Rodecaster and you're in the market for one and you're deciding should I get the less expensive original or the slightly more expensive new one, 100% get the new one. It is a mic drop on all of the other kind of like podcast recorder mixers that are out there. Nothing even comes close to what this can do, and this is only the beginning. I'm using the freaking beta firmware. There's a lot of possibility and a lot that you can do in here, and it sounds great and it works great and it's really fun to use. So if you're trying to choose between both, I definitely say get the Rodecaster Pro 2. Now, if you're somebody who has the original and you kind of have that fear of missing out, that FOMO of new gear, maybe you've got a bad case of gear acquisition syndrome, and you just kind of want the shiny new thing, which I fully understand. Do you need to get the Rodecaster Pro? The thing that I really want to emphasize is just because something new comes out doesn't mean the thing that you have is somehow magically less good. This is still just as good, just as capable, just as full features as it always has been. I personally don't think we should expect to see any new firmware updates for this. It's kind of been pushed to the limit over the past like almost 4 years. So I think it's in essentially its final form, but it is a very capable final form to be in. And if you have the original Rodecaster and you love it and it's working really well for you, it's great. There's no need to update. If there's something that is left to be desired, if you want instruments to be connected, if you want more clean gain, if you want cleaner headphone preamps, if you want all the built-in effects, if you want any of the things that this has that doesn't, well, then it would maybe make sense to update. But only you can really make that decision. The point I want to make is just because something new comes out doesn't mean the thing that you have is any less good. My original Rodecaster is still going to get a ton of use. Like, it is not going anywhere anytime soon. I still absolutely love it, and I've loved every minute that I've spent using it, and I'm excited to put a lot more time on this one. And of course, if you have questions or comments, you can leave them, and I'll do my best to answer them. I'm also learning this myself, so there's probably definitely things I left out, things I might have said incorrectly, even though I tried very hard to be as accurate as possible. And the biggest thing that I wanted to test here was to see if this lives up to the hype that the marketing has. You know, Rode has these amazing videos that came out that make this look like the coolest thing ever. Is it actually that? I think the answer is like a resounding yes. It is absolutely awesome. And speaking of things that are absolutely awesome, thanks to everyone who helped support my channel and my Rodecaster Pro obsession through Patreon and YouTube channel memberships. And if you're as big of a fan of the Rodecaster Pro as I am, you might want to go down the road to check out these other Rodecaster Pro videos.
Onto the settings there. Now, again, some of the other things you can do for processing, you just click, again, all touchscreen. You have a high pass filter. You have a de-esser, so you can actually see that works. You can see it dipping in the appropriate spot, so that means it's working. Any other noise gate, you turn it up too high. Anytime where you speak a little quieter than the noise gate, it'll cut off and then you'll be screwed because there's no getting that audio back. You got your compression right here. Now, just as kind of a side thing, I'm not going to tell you what to set all these things at. That is very dependent on what your voice is. We are all snowflakes, as it were, so I can't give you kind of a set it at these and everything's going to be okay. I do think that a 4:1 ratio for compression is good, but again, mess around with it a little bit, hear how it makes you sound. Or if you know a creator who has sort of the same sound as you, like has the same kind of voice, maybe a little bit nasally, whatever, I don't know, I'm not judging. Then you can kind of listen to their things and you can see if they've got a video about how they set their audio. If I'm that person for you, let me know down in the comments and maybe we can make a short video about that sometime. And this one right here, this is the exciter page. This is kind of like Aphex proprietary stuff. It's the big bottom and the oral exciter. It's really kind of boosts on the low end and the high end to kind of, you know, bring up your overall presence and sound. It was really kind of, you know, automatic in the Rodecaster Pro 1. In the 2, you can mess around with it a lot more, which is really cool. And here's the panning. You can bring yourself the left channel or right channel audio. You can do that with any of the sources here, so you can actually kind of create that mix on your own. If you have two people talking, you want one in the left ear, one in the right ear, then you can feel free to do that here rather than have to do all that stuff in post. While we're in this menu, we can have a look at the effects really quick. If we go into here, you can do some quick things like some echo and some reverb. So if I turn that on right now, and I turn it on, now we have an echo. Hear me. And then I can turn on the reverb and do the exact same thing. And you can hear the general difference. Now it sounds just like I'm in a big room. And you can change the size of that room just by using the magic knob here and changing yourself to bigger or smaller rooms. And eventually it just sounds more and more normal as you get smaller, or you turn it off and it sounds completely normal. So coming back to square one, you can actually see that I've messed around a little bit with the order in which these sources exist on the faders, which is something you couldn't customize before. So let's get into how to actually set what you want where. You can do this in the software or on the mixer. I'll show you both. You go into settings and you go into your faders button here. Here's the actual order in which the faders are currently going. So you see all your physical faders, which are all these guys here, and you see your virtual faders, which are all the ones that Magic Knob takes care of. So you can drag them and drop them as you see fit. So if all of a sudden I want to bring the chat back in place of the Blu-ray, I can do that, and so you can see that the color actually changed. I'm going to do it again so you can see it. I want to bring the chat back in place of the Blu-ray, I can do that, and so you can see that the color actually changed. I'm going to do it again so you can see it. Excellent. And now the Bluetooth. I said Blu-ray the first time, didn't I? While we're in these settings menus, we might as well look at what else we have available to us here. So let's get outputs. And you have a bunch of different settings. So you have your headphones, and they actually have presets for your headphones exactly like they have for the microphones. So they have the Rode NTH 100s, which I'm wearing right now, and they're very, very nice, by the way. And they have high sensitivity and low sensitivity settings for different types of headphones, clearly showing earbuds and over-the-ear headphones. So if you go to monitor, you see a number of different options. You'll see the auto mute monitor output. What it'll do is mute those speakers as soon as you lifted the fader for any microphone source, because it'll avoid any feedback. A number of different options. You'll see the auto mute monitor output. What it'll do is mute those speakers as soon as you lifted the fader for any microphone source because it'll avoid any feedback, and it'll do the same thing for your Bluetooth output, and you can also set a fixed output level to your monitors, so you can't raise and lower them. That's just what they are. Routing. So this is the big one right now. This is a routing table just like you have with Beacon or with GoXLR. Basically what you're doing is you're selecting which sources from here you actually want to go out to your mix. Now you can still hear them, you can still use them on this side, but they won't actually go to OBS or if you're recording to a DAW or anything like that. And this has been a really useful tool for streamers in recent years. We look at our other options up here. We have our main mix, and all that does is put out every single channel that's in here out to the stereo mix. It does warn you it can cause some feedback if you use it inappropriately. The mix minus is the way to eliminate the problem we were just talking about, because the problem is audio coming from the computer into the Rodecaster Pro 2 and then being sent from that back into the computer, depending on what that source is and where it's recording to, can cause feedback. So the mix minus eliminates that by not sending the input back to the output. But I just recommend using the custom, and then you can select anything you want, however you want it. Okay, going to listen, you have some fun options here. So you have your after fader listen or your pre-fader listen. So right now I'm hearing these things in my headphones, and as I turn things up and down on the faders, the volume in my headphones goes up and down as well. Makes sense, right? But sometimes when you're like working with a mixer like this, you want to be able to hear things before you bring them up. So you can go to a pre-fader listen, so you can hear the native layout of every single source going into your headphones before you decide to turn it up or down. That layout of every single source them up. So you can go to a pre-fader listen, so you can hear the native playout of every
Testing. This is a pre-fader listen. After fader listen. Y'all don't know the difference. I can't tell the difference. Okay.
every single source going into your headphones before you decide to turn it up or down.
Testing.
That's going to mean you're going to need to do a lot of like keeping an eye on the levels and stuff like that, because obviously you're not hearing it in your headphones at that point, or you're not hearing it correctly in your headphones at that point. So that's just something to be mindful of. So multi-track, much like you're listening.
And this is if I turn. Okay, no, not this, that didn't do anything. Did that do anything? No, that didn't do anything either. Okay. Never mind. Unless I slide this all the way down. Slide that up. Okay. And we're back.
Settings, you have a pre-fader and post-fader option for what you're actually recording onto the device. If you go pre-fader, then again, everything is just native audio, exactly how you get it. When it comes to microphones, what's considered native audio is how we set our levels in here. So that gives you a whole lot of freedom to go around and mess around with things in post. You can also set up your USB multitrack the same way. USB multitrack is if you're recording to a DAW or something like that. You know, it's something like Audacity or what have you. Be mindful of your computer's capabilities, because I remember I used to try doing that to a laptop with the Rodecaster Pro 1 sending multi-channel, and it caused a lot of problems just because of the limitations of my laptop at the time. But what I honestly recommend when you're doing something like this, if you're going to do a multi-track recording, record to this device, move the file into your computer, and then load it into a DAW, and then you've got your multi-channel up there, and you can do any editing that you feel like. And maybe I'm just being a if you got it, use it kind of guy, but that's what we're doing. And the last option you have here is your processing, and if you go in here, you have your master compeller. And what your compeller is a compressor / leveler, and then your output delay, you can actually come on and then you can create a delay of what's going back into your computer if you're sending it that way. But typically I would say that these are probably two settings that you don't really need to touch unless you've got a really specific scenario at home. That's everything under the outputs. Now if we go into the smart pads, this is where we have a little bit of control over what's on the smart pads. Now if you want to introduce sound effects into these sound pads, you've got two options. You can either record them directly, or you can use the software and actually drag files in from your computer. So if you click on any of the sound pad buttons here, it brings up a little bit of options here. You can hit your color, and you can change what color you actually want the button to be. So that's this button over here, and if I change it to purple, you see it changes. If I change it to yellow, it changes back to green, what have you. So that's how you do that. You can change the name of it in here, and it gives you a little keyboard to do that. And if you go to edit, this is where you have a little bit more options. So you can actually from here clip your audio, create fade-ins or fade-outs by dragging from the top part. And this is also where you would physically record your audio. So you would actually hit the record and do it from here. Now going into your options up here. So this is right now one shot, meaning you hit it once and it plays out. If you hit again, now you have toggle. So that means that it turns on and off as you're pressing the button. And then it gives you two options. It gives you the loop on and off and the replay or continue toggle. So basically what that means is if the sound completes and you haven't turned it back off, then it'll just loop back and play from the beginning again. And the replay continue button means if you turn it off and then if you deletes and you haven't, it gives you two options. It gives you the loop on and off, and this is also where you would physically record your audio. So you would actually hit the record and do it from here. Now going into your options up here. So this is right now one shot, meaning you hit it once and it plays out. If you hit again, now you have toggle. So that means that it turns on and off as you're pressing the button. And then it gives you two options. It gives you the loop on and off and the replay or continue toggle. So basically what that means is if the sound
Testing. What?
sound completes and you haven't turned it back off, then it'll just loop back and play from the beginning again. And the replay continue button will actually, if you hit the arrow, you go to another page. You can also use the arrows down here to do the second, down here as well. And now you're using a megaphone, and you can obviously use a bit of a pitch. And you can make fine, get that, and now it's here. I'll turn it off for a second. That's if I click on voice disguise for a second.
I'm gonna edit. Now we can hear me.
I'll turn it off for a second, and then you can obviously change different settings.
Pitch shift, you can do whatever you want here.
So we're
I can go up really high.
a little bit high. Do you like quick?
You can go through the
There's just different ways to put your mic, and then you have a remote get. You can use that button, and then also put up a beep tone, or you can check it out. Everything being separate mix for the host level, so you can change. That doesn't have the numbers. You just see things jumping. No audio. The record button is on right now. That actually with whatever the interruption is, I don't know, loose goat, what have you, and then just hit the button again to resume the record. To stop the record, all you have to do is press the record like for a couple of seconds, and then it just goes out. Now, another really interesting thing is the ability to affect your show. So right now, I have this set as Miscast Commentary, which is my podcast. Again, go down there and check it out. But you can save as many shows as you want. So if you do a number of different podcasts, or say you're somebody who produces for other people, you can save on here all these different shows and then have all of the presets ready for whatever the show is. So if you're taking this from place to place, especially, say you go somewhere and you've got one person who has 4 desks full of pod mics, so you go there and you plug in, and you don't want to go in and have to reset all of the presets for the different mics and all that kind of stuff. No, you would just turn on this show, and all of the presets and everything you've got set up, created a show, and you've got everything set up the way you want it. You need to export it. It's going to save the show to your Rodecaster Pro 2, and then to get it back, you just have to hit import. But just so people can see, if you want to create a new show, you just hit new show here. And it gives you the option. It says, do you want to export this before proceeding? So let's just see. If you want to create a new show, you just hit new show here. And it gives you the option. It says, do you want to export this before proceeding? So let's just go ahead and export it just to be safe. Done, safety safe. And then you have a setup wizard that you can set up, or you can base it on your current show and then just make changes, or you can just go to a default and it just puts everything back to the default settings, and then you can just kind of start from scratch. The setup wizard is going to ask you a ton of questions. That's going to kind of give you a new base to start from. You can also change the name of your show, obviously, by clicking here and changing the name, or you can change the picture by clicking here and then selecting something that's available. And then you've got some system settings, so you've got a lot of different things in here. Your network stuff, that's so you can set up Wi-Fi or anything like that, or if you're hooked up via Ethernet, date and time. Pretty self-explanatory. Bluetooth, this is where you actually manage all your Bluetooth connections. Language, again, self-explanatory, unless you can't understand what I'm saying. MIDI, this one is a pretty important one here. So this is the MIDI controls. So what this is going to do for us is actually give the ability for the sound pads to become MIDI controllers that can control devices on the computer. So for example, you can get a MIDI plugin for something like OBS. And I'm going to do a separate video on that, but basically what it means is I can create a button here, and then through that plugin, say hitting this button does this in OBS. It could change a scene, it could bring up a music cue, it could do any old thing. So now that we're out of the realm of the menus, we can look at the beautiful setup here that we have. So we've got our faders, obviously, and the buttons above, which we've shown opens up these menus for us for every individual microphone and sound setting that we have. But then you have down here. So what you actually have are solo and mute buttons for each individual channel. So what this allows you to do is actually mute out any specific sources that you don't want going out at a specific time. You might mute a person's microphone and then unmute it in time for them to speak for the first time, for example. You might mute something out just to kind of isolate yourself for a second, person's mic channel. So what this allows you to do is actually mute out any specific sources that you don't want going out at a specific time. You might mute a person's microphone and then unmute it in time for them to speak for the first time, for example. You might mute something out just to kind of isolate yourself for a second. And then the other part of this that you have is your solo or your listen. So this isn't going to solo and send something out to your mix like that. If I click this and I have music playing, it's not going to change the fact that music's playing for you guys. It's just going to mean I can't hear the music. I can only hear myself, which could, again, be an important thing because maybe music would be distracting to me at that given time. You can also solo a number of things at the same time. But again, it's just one of those customizable things that depending on your needs, you know, what you want to be listening to and what you don't want to be listening to, but sending out all that kind of stuff. It's kind of like, you know, I used the term of like a fakey submix in my previous video about this. It's not a real submix by definition, obviously, but it just gives you a little something to work with. It is worth noting that most of the things that you do here don't really have a bearing on the people in the number 2, 3, and 4 positions when listening to their headphones. This is more of a kind of producer's view. In this case, it's the host. The previous model, actually, which I'm kind of disappointed in, there used to be an input in the front. So if one person was kind of producing it and had it in front of them, they'd be able to work with everything and have that come out. And then the host would also be able to hear what the producer could hear, and the other 3 people couldn't, which was actually really advantageous to my podcast because the 2 of us needed to be able to hear very specific things and we needed to mute certain things out and all that. And that's all solved by the routing table because we can actually keep the sources that we want to hear but don't want to go out from going out to the mix because we just tell it not to. You can change the colors of these in the system if you are so inclined. You might do that if you are the kind of person who color codes your whole system. Rode does provide interesting little clips that go around your mic cables and your headphone cables if you want to kind of have all of that color coded set up and ready to go. And the last thing we haven't really talked about is the micro SD card going into the device itself. If we click up here where the little SD card icon is, it tells you what devices you have here. You can erase the device and actually format it, or you can go transfer mode, which would allow you to bring files from the device onto your computer. And the last most obvious thing to show you on this thing is actually how to affect the different levels. I mean, faders are pretty easy. If I bring myself up, continue to bring myself up, I'm talking again. I don't suspect that any, I mean, faders are pretty easy. If I bring myself up, computer. And the last most obvious thing to show you on this thing is actually how to affect the different levels. I mean, faders are pretty easy. If I bring myself up, continue to bring myself up, I'm talking again. I don't suspect that any of you didn't know how to use a fader, but what we might need to know about are these virtual faders. So that is actually the job of Magic Knob here. So if I click through Magic Knob, it's now controlling Bluetooth, and I click it again, and it's now controlling mic 3, and I click it again, Magic Knob, it's now controlling Bluetooth, and I click it again, and it's now controlling mic 3, and I click it again, and it's now controlling mic 4, and then as I control mic knob, you see that the fader goes up and down, and then I can use the touch screen to mute and listen like I would down here. Goes up and down, and then I can use the touch screen to mute and listen like I would down here as well. And it's my recommendation that the things that you actually assign to the virtual faders are things that are pretty much set and forget, like you set the level once and you don't really have to worry about it again. This way, if something crazy happens, you can go in and adjust it if you need to, but aside from that, you should be able to leave it alone. It's just one less thing to deal with, and it's just, you can then just deal with the faders that are in front of you, and all will be hunky-dory. Now let's dive into the software to see what other kind of trouble we can get into. So this is the Rode Central app, and it's really, really simple to use. And if you have multiple devices in here, you'd be able to select amongst them. Right now I have just the one. It gives you the status of your SD card. Currently I don't have a lot of stuff recorded in there, but it would let me know how full my card is. So let's just go into the settings now and just get that kind of boring stuff out of the way. So the first thing you can do is a factory reset, and you can set your monitor out, which can be any device that you actually have in your computer system. So you can theoretically, if you had like another audio interface or something like that, like the Beacon Mix Create or anything like that, you can send this whole output and then make it one single source on there as well, you know, if you're feeling crazy. Now we see that it recognizes what show we're currently on, which is the Miscast commentary, so all the changes that are made are going to be based on that profile. I can go into audio setup. So identical to what you were able to do on the Rodecaster Pro 2, you can just drag these things around and swap them and put them in any order that you want, physical faders and your virtual ones. Device configurations, these are all the settings that we had on Rodecaster as well. Here's all of our brightness stuff for display. You can go to your metering and turn that on and off like we did before, your haptics, and you can do the same thing here. Your outputs, so again, you set up each individual headphone set, and you can set whatever preset you want for those. And then if you go into system, you can do your MIDI control and your network stuff. Everything you were able to do directly on the device. Customizing your smart pad, so you can see right away the first thing you're going to see is that your Rodecaster Pro 2 will go into transfer mode, so we're going to do that. That actually renders the Rodecaster like non-functional at the moment. You're not actually able to record on it or anything like that. This gives you the opportunity to do a lot more work with these pads. So if I bring one of these up now you can see that I can actually choose files and do all these kinds of things. You can choose a file, you can drag and drop a file, or you can export the file that's on here. So if it's something that you recorded onto a button, so you obviously don't have the file on your computer, you want to save it for another time, you can export it to your computer and then have it for later. Your options to toggle it on and off, or hold, or one shot. Hold's actually one that I forgot to mention when we were going through before. Hold when you're doing the button is basically just as long as you're holding the button down, whatever the effect is works. So if you had like a music thing, you could hold the button down and music would be playing the whole time. The second you took your finger off, it would stop. And then you have your loop options here to turn it on and off, or your replay or continue buttons. So if I did want to swap one of these out for a new file, all I'm going to do, I'm just going to choose a new file here. You're not seeing this. I'm going to keep it secret from you because that's the kind of person I am. But I can really quickly just take a file like this, swap one of these out for a new file the whole time. The second you took your finger off, it would stop. And then you have your loop options here to turn it on and off, or your replay or continue buttons. So if I did want to swap one of these out for a new file, all I got to do, I'm just going to choose a new file here. You're not seeing this. I'm going to keep it secret from you because that's the kind of person I am. But I could really quickly just take a file like this and click open, and you see how quickly it did that, and it actually changed what the file is. And now when I play that file, it'll play the sound clip, which was actually me on a radio program in Toronto. And then the last thing we have is transfer recordings, which is actually quite a robust little tool. So now we're being placed in transfer mode officially. Let me wait for it to load. And when it does, you would find your recording. So right now I just have this one recording here, and you can play through it, and you can set flags throughout the entire thing if you're so inclined. And the really cool thing we have here is this export, which will allow you to change your format. You can send it as WAV or MP3. You can change your sample rate. You can change your bit rate, and you can change your loudness. It goes all the way down. You can't see it's actually scrolling way down. It goes all the way to -25 LUFS. And then from here, you can go from just this custom setting to a number of presets, depending on where you actually upload your podcasts or whatever you're doing. You can select that one. So let's just go down the bottom here. We'll select Libsyn. And it presets to what they use on their platform. Now, if I change it and go to Spotify, we'll see some things change. The loudness changed, the sample rate changed, and the format changed for that matter. So this covers a lot of the big players. So I mean, for the most part, you can probably get this set up here without using the custom and then not have to second guess any of the settings that you're sending out. And then all you have to do is hit export, and it just sends right to your computer. Now to exit transfer mode, you actually have to do that on the physical machine. So all you got to do is on the screen, and you just have to. And we've exited that mode now. But my dear friends, that should cover it. That is the Rodecaster Pro 2. Like I said, I'm going to do any of the settings that you're sending out. And then all you have to do is hit export, and it just sends right to your computer. Now to exit transfer mode, you actually have to do that on the physical machine. So all you got to do is on the screen, and you just have to. And we've exited that mode now. But my dear friends, that should cover it. That is the Rodecaster Pro 2. Like I said, I'm going to do a deep dive into the MIDI controls and stuff like that, just because it's such a big subject. It needs to be its own video. Otherwise, I have to basically take up half of this video just talking about MIDI controls, and none of us want that. If there's anything specific that you want to know how to do on this Rodecaster Pro 2, or if you want to know how it compares to some other devices, then please leave them down in the comments and let me know what you think. I do hope you enjoyed the video, though. Make sure that you hit like and subscribe. Comment down below. Like I said, if you've got nothing to say to me, just leave anything down there. Leave your favorite word, but make it a nice word, family friendly, okay? Click the bell so you don't miss a video when they're released. And if you want to see some past tutorials I've done, why don't you check out these guys? And until next time, gang, let's get to work.
Okay, so on my screen, even though I can now see the shirt SM7B going on, whenever I turn off the DJI Mic 3, it doesn't do anything. I don't know. I do not know. I don't know. I thought I got it, but it clearly that's not it. So, okay, this was probably the most complicated thing that I had to learn how to use. Okay, yes, turn off the device. All right, now I gotta just finish the rest of the setup. The fact that the Mac Studio is still dropping frames from the live stream makes me think, I don't know if I need all of this equipment now, you know, the headphones and everything. I get that that's for like the, you know, monitoring and all that stuff, and I get that that's important to a degree, but my God, like this is a lot. This is a whole lot. And man, the DJI Mic 3 just works so well. It just works so well. And I still am not done here. Okay, so let's do this. Let's drink this tea. Let's move everything non-essential off the desk after I set everything up. So I'm going to put up the next boom arm here on this other side. And then very likely we're going to have to... No, I can see it. I can see it. I can see it in here. Right. And then with... Yeah, I can see it. And then with the Elgato Stream Deck, it's just clicking on the keys to switch the scenes. So then that means that the wiring, the cable management stuff, that's really got to get fine-tuned now at this stage. All right, let's go to the next one. Wah, pa, 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 pa. Oof. I definitely gotta get a new extension cord and place everything somewhere else, because it's not gonna work with him sitting here with all this wiring. Okay. Oh my God. It's very overwhelming to see all of this. This is legitimately becoming a studio. It's overwhelming, but it's also great. And I'm very grateful. Whew. Tight. That would be helpful to get that, Doc. Oh shit. We now have a problem. All these USB-A. There's only 2 USB-A ports. Oh, let's... That's fucking stressful. Oh, good. Oh, there you go. And it just works. Thank God. Cool. I can switch scenes now. All right. Okay. That's all set up now. Okay. Okay, wonderful. So now that we've got all of this done, now it's a matter of reorganizing everything. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to put this stuff to the side for now. Okay, just put that stuff to the side for now. So now we've freed up some space here. Okay, and if we're doing this logically here, we want to somehow ensure that this can go off to the side for now, right? Because then now you can, hopefully that'll be that good like that. And okay. Okay, cool. We can go to Finder. so we got some buttons now to make it better. Tutorials, pages, plugins. Okay, great. Great. All right. So we've got the Stream Deck, the foot pedal, and all that stuff. Man, I feel really uncomfortable. I feel so uncomfortable doing this. I feel very uncomfortable doing this, actually. I feel overwhelmed by all this wiring. It feels very stressful. I'm also scared. I acknowledge that I feel very scared right now. I feel very scared because, oh my God, this is a lot. This is a lot of work. This is a lot of cords, a lot of boxes, a lot of wirings. But I think for me right now, what I have to do is just break this down bit by bit. Holy shit. Okay, let's think here. Oh, and I can do that anyway. Oh, that's fucking great. That's great. Okay, so let's see here. Whew. Oh my God. Okay, so 4 hours. Now it's 4.5 hours later. 4-hour optimized deep work. Whew. Unpack and stage, no setup yet. I did that. Assemble chain end to end. Yes, I did that. Place it where it will live. Plug in the power. Okay, I did that. You can speak and hear yourself clearly. I can hear myself think, but I don't know if it's recording. Doesn't matter right now. Break water. Expand to full audio setup. Now replicate calmly. Assemble remaining mic stands. Check. Plug remaining XLR. Basic gain staging. Don't overtune. Check. Confirm all mics. Headphones monitoring. No obvious noise issues. Check. Podcast ready. Studio, even if not studio pretty. Missing equipment audit. Open a simple note and list only what blocks you. Oh shit. Okay. Missing cables, adapters, desk mount, boom bar, acoustic needs, camera lighting gaps. Don't buy yet unless you absolutely essential. For each item, write what, why, buy now, later. 4-week deep work cycle. Oof. Quick end-to-end test. Shit. Oh man. Record 2 minutes always, play it back, don't judge quality, only function. No. Fuck. Shutdown ritual tidy only after what affects tomorrow. Right. Most people fail studio sets because they chase perfection, set up everything at once, don't lock a working chain easily. That's why this works. Okay. So, wow. I feel really overwhelmed. This feels very complicated right now, but I know that it'll get easier. It'll get easier. My big thing right now is to pack up the boxes. That's going to be my big thing right now, is to pack up all the boxes. And I'm going to end the live stream here. I have to end the live stream here because there's a whole bunch of wiring. And I'm going to need to have everything organized and take pictures with ChatGPT to figure out how to organize all this stuff appropriately, because this is really a lot. It's a lot, and it's I'm feeling the stress. I'm feeling the stress of this. This is a lot. I'm kind of feeling like my stomach feels pretty nauseous, and I'm feeling like, whoa, did I do the right thing here? It's cool, sure, but when I think about everything that's going on right now, was this really the most important thing? It's important for me because I need to show my work. I have to show my work. I choose to show my work. I am choosing to show my work. I'm feeling it. It's feeling very chaotic right now. It's feeling very chaotic, but at the same time, there's some organization here. I think it's all the wires. To be honest, I really do think it's all the wires, and I've got the cable tie, the cable management ties. So I'm gonna take care of that immediately. I'm gonna end the live stream. I'm gonna take care of this. I'm gonna catch my breath, and I'm gonna see if there's like something where I can put like these wires underneath the desk or something, you know, so that it's not showing. Because this looks really complicated. This looks like, whoa, it looks very, very serious. And I still don't know how to mount the 4K camera to the prompter. So I gotta really figure that out right now. And there's a lot of names, there's a lot of branding, there's this, there's the, oh my god, it's all branding. This is all branding. Oh man. Okay. Alright, the main thing is to move everything to the right now. Right. Have everything off to the right, not to the left, have everything off to the right. Tie everything together. Right, okay. That's going to do it for today's live stream. We have to make sure. We definitely have to make sure that these boxes get put away. Then I gotta feed the dog. Oh my god! Wow! I feel it. I feel it. I really feel that stress. I really feel that stress right now. But I really like that foot pedal. That really works out super nice, and it's very clean. Because now I can do like a counter thing where I can just, you know, I can do my mantras and I can count. So I like that. Stream Deck. Yep. Fuck. It's a lot. It's a lot. Okay, that's gonna be it for today. That's gonna be it for today. Hopefully this is hopefully in these next couple of days we really just tackle this and I get a really good game plan going here, because this is a lot. All right. And I hope you see this, and I hope you really know, like, wow, this was a big deal.